RadioFRadio.com. We promise we're not going to give you double middle fingers.
RadioFRadio.com.
Won't you come and play?
Hey, you found a happy place. It's a game show. That's right, a radio game show where we can have a few laughs as the contestants battle for the big or not so big prize. It's an adult show, guys. Our first episode is Wednesday night at 7 p.m. on RadioFRadio.com.
Adult.
Take 16.
It's the chocolate milk and waffle show. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's get it on. Who are these guys? It's my theme music. Every good hero should have some.
Welcome in, here on Radio for Radio, go tell a friend. Went to Railing, Georgia, bring them in. We got so many things to talk about, so let's begin. Putting the highlight on local life on Thursdays, 8 at night. Hope you feeling alright, cause tonight we gon' get you right, yeah, show you right. We gon' laugh, joke, talk, rinse, repeat. We gon' keep it real chill, plus get deep. Ain't no topic off limits, no knock off a gimmick. 10 times out of 9, you'll be fine when we finish. We get talented, hard to get artists to target that audience. Talk accomplishments of those who get no acknowledgement. The studio be hot in the summertime, studio be cold in the winter. And know the chair a bit dusty, it be a throne we enter. Have a seat with us, chocolate milk and waffles, come and eat with us. 2 whole hours, turn your speakers up. And before we get it started, just repeat it thus. It's on chocolate milk and waffle show. It's the chocolate milk and waffle show. We got George, we got Terrell, we got milk, that's chocolate. We got beautiful buttery waffles, just the way your mama used to make them.
Crazy, crazy, crazy show. That's what it is. Okay, whatever. I can't.
Hi there, people.
What's up, Internet? You are listening to the Chocolate Milk and Waffle Show on Radio Radio. And you are here with Waffles and Chocolate Milk themselves.
Yes.
This
the
past
the
Wednesday.
day after National Waffles Day.
How do you feel? Did you have a good day?
This is a week-long thing for me.
It's a week-long waffle celebration.
Yeah, waffles.
A
must
waffles
be
bonanza, if you
yes, will. Yes,
Wafflenza.
Yeah, every day is something
That sounds
different.
like a disease.
Yeah, it does. Hey,
I
what's
got that wafflenza.
Yo, man. Yo, don't mess with that chick. Don't mess with it. She got
She
that
got that
wafflenza. Like, what?
They call it the waff in the hood. Just
She got the
Got
syrups.
that waff.
That waff.
Leave her alone. She got that waff.
Ah.
And we are here with poet, musician, comedian, activist, Chris Fallon. Hello, and thank you for being here, brother.
Hey, how you doing, George?
Good to see you.
It's good to be here.
How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty comfortable. I like
Good.
it here. I like all the little toys you guys.
Yeah, we try to.
Have
It's the
around
clubhouse, man. We try to keep the vibe chill.
Like the little Dan Aykroyd.
They're not
Doesn't he
toys.
look just like the real Dan? Like the
They're
the-
collectible
it's crazy.
figurines.
You know you're
They're
not,
not
a real
dolls.
geek when you refer to the
The
when you refer to
Ghostbuster.
it as the Dan Aykroyd Ghostbuster and not by his character name.
Stamp.
It's like I'm kind of embarrassed that I don't.
It's
I don't
okay.
know his full name.
It's
there,
okay.
So I'm not. Don't speak the geek language. But,
He don't speak of the geek.
Yeah. So
You know, speak of the geek.
yeah. But yeah, it's good to be here.
It's good to have you, man. We appreciate you being here. Let's see what we got coming up in the community. We always talk community
Yeah, we do
happenings
like events first. How about you go first?
Well, let's see. Tomorrow, I'll be featuring at Arts Out Loud, but that's really your event that you should be
Yeah.
plugging. So.
See, you're there. I'm there every month. So.
I am featuring at Arts Out Loud with some very, very talented performers. I only know him by his real name. I forget his stage name, but we're talking about Xavier.
Xavier B-Boy Cabby.
B-Boy Cabby will be performing. I'm excited to see that. Like, I've only ever been an audience member with B-Boy, and he's fun then. You know what I mean? He's a good dude. Fatima, Lyrical Angel, will be performing.
Definitely.
India Downey will be having her art on display.
Yeah, she spits also, doesn't she? I think she does
I've
some
never
down.
heard.
I think she does some down low.
I'm sure she writes.
We're gonna
but-
drag it. We're gonna find out tomorrow. You hear that, India? I know you're not listening, but if anybody know India Downey, she will be spitting tomorrow, whether she knows it or not.
Arts Out Loud. That is, what is the address?
3877 Holland Road, Virginia Beach.
3877 Holland Road in Virginia Beach, inside Juice Bar Juices.
Yes.
It sounds a little shady, but you go inside the juice bar, then you go all the way to the back wall of the juice bar where there's a little door cut out, and you walk through that door, and inside is the Bottle Fusion Dance Studio where they hold the events.
And pull, not push.
And push. Pull, not push.
Yes.
Pull,
not push.
don't push the door.
It's a bad habit we have there. Even as many times up there, I still make the same
Because there's
mistake.
people on the other side of the door
Yeah.
and they get pushed
Get
by the door.
smushed. Also at Bala Fusion, Saturday, we will be having auditions for all of our dance teams, and that's Core, Bala Tribe, Bala Fusion. You can go to balafusion.com. Excuse me. And right now we are gearing up for our third year anniversary showcase.
Nice.
Which will be back at the Sandler Center on October 22nd.
Which I'm lucky enough to be a part of that as well.
Yeah. Oh, this dude like finagled his way onto the program without even trying. Like, I get a call like, "Hey, you know George is going to be on the program, right?" Like, I didn't know. Yeah, we requested him. Who is we? But hey.
And then I was told, yeah, you're going to do this show, by the way.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I'm down.
Yeah, so October 22nd, that's going to be you, Baldhead Queen, a.k.a. Nina Bruton, and hopefully Parks and Recs. We'll be representing for Arts Out Live. We're still working on that. Steph Love, don't forget to make them calls for me, shouty. All right, what you got going at the venue, man?
On Sunday, we got Feature Sunday, which is our monthly event that we hold on the last Sunday of every month. Going on a little over 3 years now, I think. Like, me and Patty have never sat down to actually figure out how long we've been doing Feature Sunday exactly. But it's got to be at least 3 years now. And the format has changed a little bit over the years. But this week, we have a short film by Kristen Mihafi. We have Lisa Kendrick performing.
My girlfriend, by
that's
the way.
his boo.
That's Chris's girlfriend,
That's his
by
boo.
the way.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I feel terrible. I can't remember everybody right now. Rudy Malumba, the comedian, he's performing. I got 2 other features, and they're probably going to kill me, but the reality of it is if they're probably not listening right now anyway. But I think that's about it going on. Every Monday at the venue, we have the open mic. Tuesdays, there's Performers Playground with Marlon Hargrave, second and fourth Wednesdays of the month. We have the Writers Workshop headed off by me. Oh, and on the 31st, the venue will be having a slam poetry competition.
Yo, that is gonna
/
be
interest meeting. Yeah.
I think I would like to sit in on that.
There are some poets in the community that have been really eager to put together a Hampton Roads adult slam team. There have been a couple other occasions where things have tried to get off the ground and then didn't. So Hurricane and I believe Tyler Eldridge is helping her do this.
Yeah.
She had a couple other hands in there at first, but again, people scheduling, it becomes difficult. So basically, come on out. There will be an open mic portion. There will be a slam competition, single slam competition held, mostly to show people who aren't familiar with slam what slam is, and maybe generate an interest. And if you've slammed before, you're free to compete. If you've never slammed before, compete. And if it's something that you feel like you have an interest in learning how to do, the point of this is to try to cultivate that talent and maybe get these teams into competitions nationally. Because if you're a poet and you want that national recognition, slam is really kind of the only avenue you got.
I would really love to learn how to be at least a judge for a slam.
I'll probably be judging the slam since I won't be competing.
Yeah, I don't see myself competing in a slam. I would love to learn what the critique is to at least judge it, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. There is no set standards by which the judging takes place. It's just
and see,
what did you like?
Which I always find interesting is I do know people that host slams in other places, and they also serve as judges. And I've seen like video of people like flipping out when a judge doesn't cater to whoever the crowd's favorite is.
Right.
And I'm just like, wow.
And some judges do take that into consideration, the crowd favorite, and but ultimately in slam, it's who put on the best performance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So have you ever slammed?
No, I have not.
I find it surprising.
I wouldn't.
Chris seems like somebody that would slam.
I don't know if you. I mean, I've only been doing poetry for about 2 years now.
No kidding.
Sometimes I still think of myself. I'm not sure if I even think of myself as a poet. Even I do poetry. I do quite a bit of it. But it's when I'm writing stuff, I don't usually approach it in a poetic way, I guess, if you say. I just try to write something that's that's interesting
Like,
and
that's not my
beautiful and
system.
It's more therapeutic for you. More
yeah,
of a-
yeah. I mean, I'm a big fan of poetry. I mean, I guess I got into it back when a lot of people did in the early 2000s when HBO was doing Russell Simmons
the Def
was doing
Poetry
the
Jam.
Def
Yeah,
Poetry
yeah.
Jam and stuff like that. I kind of became a fan
I
of
think
it
that
by
show
then,
was
but,
probably integral. I always say that word wrong. In putting spoken word into more of a mainstream
Yeah.
consciousness.
you know.
'Cause a lot of people didn't know about. I didn't. That was my first. It's like, oh, what is this?
Yeah, I guess I should probably clear that out. When I say I don't see myself as a poet, I don't mean that in an insulting way.
No,
I mean
no, I
that
know. I think
more
I
of
know what
like
you
when
mean.
I look at what you
Yeah.
do and I will look at what Terrell does and I go, I can't do that.
But how is
You
it?
know,
I don't
can't-
understand how it's
I
any
can't do
different
that.
other than the content.
And
the way you deliver.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I have my preconceived notion of what it is, and I'm not there yet. I'm not where
Gotcha.
I want to be with my poetry yet.
I
to
enjoy
where
your
I
work.
feel like I'm
Yeah,
at the
dude,
point.
you're like in my top.
You know,
I'm not gonna front.
I feel like I do a lot of things kind of half-ass. I'm kind of like I guess when it comes to the arts, I probably, if I was a restaurant, I'd probably be like Golden Corral. You get a lot of stuff, but the quality, a lot of mediocre food. But
Like
it's a
half
lot
done.
of it, so it's impressive.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot of stuff, but it's most of it's all kind of mediocre.
I would say you're pretty good at. I think you're funny. I like your stand-up. I think your poetry is really good.
Oh,
So
thank you, thank you.
which would you say is the one that, if you had to choose one to focus on, to develop, and say this is the one that I'm gonna try to get really, really good at before I really delve into the other ones, which one's your baby? I guess you could say.
I don't know. I don't really know if I have an answer to that question. I guess maybe I have thought of that in the past. I probably should start with the fact that I have ADHD, so I've never been able to stay focused on anything for any period
Okay.
of time. And I don't really, when it comes to the arts, I don't really see that as necessarily
It's
a
not-
negative thing.
No, not at all. It's probably a
but
benefit,
yeah.
to be
You
honest,
know,
because you get to keep yourself
yeah.
active artistically.
Yeah, I start off with something and then I lose interest in it and pretty quickly, and then I have to move on to something else. I usually come full circle and come back to that medium that I'm working, that I started with after I've explored other things, and I'm just constantly jumping back and forth from those types of things. But I guess the good side of it is you do kind of become a jack of all trades, but the downside of it is you're never an expert at any one thing, so you're an expert at none. So,
Unless you're Jeff
yeah,
Hewitt.
Yeah, unless you're Jeff Hewitt.
Unless you're
yeah,
Jeff
Hewitt is. Yeah, isn't he impressive?
Yeah.
So
Shout out to Jeff.
Yeah.
Bastard.
So he seems to be able to do all those things.
Well.
Yeah,
he-
I think so too. He's
at a master level, I'd say. But yeah, sure. But yeah, I guess I didn't answer your question. So yeah, that's kind of the way.
well. I think you did.
Yeah.
I think you did.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I approach.
So
things
okay,
and
so
stuff,
you like to jump around between your art
Yeah.
forms, and that's cool. So, are there differences in how you, I guess, how you would write a poem and how you write a joke? And is there ever any deliberate intention? Do you ever sit down and say, okay, I'm gonna write a poem right now, or I'm gonna sit down and try to write some jokes?
When I was writing the bulk of my poetry, it was when I was depressed, and when I wrote the bulk of my comedy is when I was angry. So I guess the comedy's always been a place where I can vent my anger, and the poetry is always a place for me to channel a lot of sadness and,
Be a little
and
more
depression
vulnerable.
and stuff like that. I think that's one of the things that I like about comedy is I feel like it's the best place for me, who's really interested in social issues, to express that. I've always felt like comedy is serves as sort of like a Trojan horse for social messages and stuff. It can get into places that that where
very true.
when other areas.
Yeah, you're in there laughing and all of
yeah.
it. Hey,
Yeah,
whoa,
yeah,
did he,
if-
hey, that's the real shit. Hold on. Hey.
Yeah. If you wrap I find that if you wrap a social message in a joke, it tends to get through people's defense mechanisms. And
There's a very
kinda
tender
sinks
care
in,
you
yeah.
have to take when doing that, though.
Right, yeah, because it can backfire,
It
and it can
very
it can-
easily.
Right.
Very easily.
Yeah.
So how
and-
do you ride that line when you're trying to deliver a socially conscious message in a humorous way so that you don't trivialize the message inadvertently?
I'm not sure if I have, if I have really mastered that yet. I mean, it's like some other comedians have. I probably missed the mark, but I'm new at this, and
Right.
you've seen me when I first started
Yeah, I've
slinging
definitely
jokes and
seen
stuff
the-
like
the
that,
growth and progression.
so I'm still new to that. That's still something that I'm trying to master myself. I think there's a lot of people out there that they're doing it a lot better than I am, and I try to watch them. A lot of my influences are. Some of my influences are Louis C.K., David Cross, Patton Oswalt, some of those guys. I'm not sure if the message, I like the message that they're giving with their comedy. I'm not sure if it's really resonating or sinking through in areas that I think it may be turning some people away. But I guess I'm not doing a very good job giving examples of. I think we're kind of getting to a point.
I think Chappelle during
Dave Chappelle.
he was good at.
Dave Chappelle is a really good example, and I think a good example with Dave Chappelle was years ago, before the whole the things that have happened over the past couple of months with police brutality and stuff. I mean, you can remember the famous skit that he did, one of his stand-ups, when he actually talks about
The cops breaking into the
yeah,
house and hanging up pictures of.
Then there's that, but there's also I think he tells a story of a time when he's riding around with a white friend, and they get pulled over by the cops.
Yeah.
And there's a difference. And, he really uses his comedy to show how different white people are policed as opposed to black people. And I just remember watching that skit, and black people were just dying laughing, and that was at a time when video cameras, on phones and stuff, the technology was still new, so we weren't capturing a lot of this stuff on film, and so people weren't as aware of police brutality. But you just heard black people in there just dying laughing. And I've always felt
because it was
like
there every day.
Yes, and I always felt like comedy is just a way of people saying, when people are laughing at your jokes, it's a way of them saying that I know what you. It's just a way of saying I know what you're saying.
Mechanism,
yes,
right.
I identify with what you're saying. It's another way of
What a horrible thing to
that.
identify with. Though.
And so when there's honesty in comedy, there's a lot of honesty in that. So when you hear that crowd laughing at that joke, what you're hearing is a lot of black people saying, yes, that's exactly my experience.
It's almost like you have to laugh to keep from crying type thing.
Yes, that's my experience. And if you would really have to have your head in the sand to watch that skit and not take an honest look and see that this is a very real thing for black people, the way that they're policed. And I don't, I guess I'm not answering your question. I think, we started off, to back up a minute, we started off with my statement of that comedy is a Trojan horse, and that allows social messages to get into places that it never is. And I'm struggling right now to come up with an example of that, and I think it's, I guess it says a lot. Maybe it's not so much anymore. I've noticed even down to the way we do news nowadays. I mean, Jon Stewart used to be the only thing on Comedy Network who was doing, comedy type news, that type of news broadcasting in a comedic way. And now we got tons of that stuff.
Yeah.
We got John Oliver, we got Seth Meyers, we've got
Fox
Samantha
News.
Bee.
Fox News.
And so we got a lot of that stuff. I don't know if it's really it's really entertaining for somebody like me who's a liberal and who's really down with the social messages that those broadcasts are bringing to the table. But I don't know if it's really opening the minds of people who
would you
are on
say-
the opposite end of it.
It's
May even be putting up some of the defense mechanisms a little bit more. You know.
You mentioned Louis C.K.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which I love that dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I really think that you were saying like you don't think he's opening minds or reaching people the way he should.
Mm-hmm.
Since he's been doing that, do you think it's not just him, but the world and their mentality has changed when it comes because to me what I'm seeing is comedians like him and a few other ones, they've been doing their thing and been so on point for so long that, and it's like almost like I want to say their popularity is kind of waning. Do you think that's because the world is changing? Because like right now, everybody has access to everything and they think they know everything at the same time. So do you think that's why people minds aren't really grasping what they're saying?
Geez, I'm not sure if I really got that. Can you repeat some of that up a little bit? That was
Do you think because we have a bunch of
Don't
know-it-alls?
feel bad, Chris, because I was like
because you think we have a bunch of know-it-alls, is that why the message isn't really sitting in?
Well, it's interesting that you say that because one of the things that I've noticed quite a bit written about, especially on social media, is this thing called intellectual elitism or intellectual snobbiness. Liberal, there's words for it, liberal snobs or whatever. I'm probably not saying the term right. But this is coming up quite a bit, and I think there is some point to that. On the other end of the spectrum, you see a lot of people say that we have this sort of counterculture to intellectualism and stuff. And, maybe it's not so much a counterculture to intellectualism as it is the snobbiness that's coming along with it. And you do see that when you watch a Jon Stewart episode, or even though I love it, or like I said, a John Oliver, Stephen Colbert. I mean, that show was based around making fun of conservatives. It's a guy like mocking conservatives, dressed up
He
like
played a
being a
character,
fake
essentially.
conservative and acting like a buffoon. And so I think the people who are the part of that culture that's anti-intellectual, it's not that it's that they're rebelling against probably more than. So maybe even intellectuals need to take a look at that and say maybe we may be contributing to sort of that dumbing down of America and stuff. It's when people make that choice to be an anti-intellectual, they're really trying to make a choice to be an anti-snob. And until we take a look at that and address that and change the way we fight, especially, a majority of the way we're fighting nowadays that I see anyways, is, it's on social media. We make posts and we fight with memes, and the memes are that we love them. They're funny as hell, but I don't think that they're. And this is, I guess, another way that comedy sometimes puts up the defensive mechanisms as opposed to putting them down because breaking them down because it does. It may be increasing the cognitive dissonance that we're. That's been talked about a lot since the election has started. We're seeing what we call cognitive dissonance on huge levels. We're seeing conservatives that are basically embracing a candidate that they may not have ever done before in ways that whatever, and all the evidence of all the things that they normally would turn them off about a candidate, they seem to be ignoring. And so people are pointing to the phenomenon of cognitive dissonance to explain that, meaning that you don't look at the evidence. You're so involved in a belief or invested in a belief in something that you're able to disregard any real evidence that might
Chain-
contradict
correct. Right.
that, and so you can hold on to your belief about. And we see that with Donald Trump, and I think we may be driving some of that. I do think that liberals can be, because I do think that if you're having second doubts about a candidate like Donald Trump, you do get that little image of, maybe Jon Stewart standing over your shoulder,
Right.
going, ha ha, making a joke out of you, and and you don't want him to be right.
Right.
I was reading about
Very good point.
cognitive dissonance about a week ago, and it did say so a lot of the studies that were showing is that it did say that one of the main driving factors of cognitive dissonance is people's need to avoid being embarrassed. And when
Right.
you're fighting in a way that's humiliating and stuff like that, when the liberals are making you the joke of the punchline, you become even more invested
You're in
in
too
that.
deep at that point.
Yeah, and so there's no turning back. You have
Right.
to stick with the Donald Trump, and and it goes both ways.
And
I mean,
it doesn't help when we
yeah.
have a person that says, you know what,
Mhm.
I was supporting him at first, or I didn't get the Black Lives Matter thing
Mhm.
at first, but now I do, and I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Instead of saying, you know what, it's okay, we're glad you've had a change of heart, come here and let us educate you,
Yeah.
we say,
Right.
oh, don't come to my face with that. Just last
Yeah.
week you was
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
and that's the wrong attitude to have, because again,
Mhm.
now you're creating even more of a barrier.
right.
So
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
I saw an entire debate today of people trying to define what logic was.
Mm.
Literally going back and forth, debating on what was logic.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, how is this possible?
It's interesting that you brought that up, and I really feel like social media is also driving a lot of this cognitive dissonance. Because,
Oh, absolutely.
And I was saying this,
And a
a while back.
desensitization.
I wrote about this a while back. Before, when we would have arguments, we didn't do them in these large public forums on social media where we
Right.
had
I remember you
500
did that,
friends,
yeah.
or some people have 1,000 friends on whether it be Twitter or Facebook or whatever. So now I'm having this public argument with somebody. So there's no way that I can take a look at what the other person is saying and admit being wrong and walk away from that gracefully in a private manner anymore.
Right.
So it makes people more it gives people more conviction for their beliefs. They become more committed to their beliefs, even if it's wrong, just for the simple sake
because
of
now it's on
not-
display.
Yeah, because I've got to save face. There's no way for me to walk away from this argument with dignity. There's too many people have said it, so now I've got to be committed to it no matter what.
Right.
And it's just some things that I've noticed. Since a lot of the current events have happened, and people are arguing a lot more. About.
I think it's just so much more in everyone's face, like you mentioned earlier about the cameras and technology.
right.
It's not that this is a new problem.
Mhm.
It's the technology is new,
Right.
and social media is new. Like it's very interesting how quickly as human beings we can get used to a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Facebook's not that old,
Yeah.
but very few of us can remember a time when it didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is, well, message me on Facebook, or I posted it on Facebook. Oh, well, didn't you see it on Facebook?
Oh gosh,
So-
I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, do you? There's a good and bad
Mm-hmm.
to it, because on the one hand, it's making more people aware,
Mm-hmm.
but on the other hand, I think it's desensitizing us to the issues. Like, at what point, as a species, do we start to scroll past the violence because it's become our everyday?
Yeah, it's something that that's something I struggle with every day. Like I want to stay informed. I think like everybody else does, but I've found that recently, for my own mental health, I've had to kind of take breaks,
Never
more
mind
breaks
the false
from social
stories
media.
you
Yeah.
see in the straight up
Right, right.
exaggerations and things that are just
Yeah.
flat out made up.
Yes, that's
for the
the
sake,
other.
right? For the sake of, even
there's-
when you agree with what's being
Mhm.
said, you have to be speculative.
Yeah.
Like,
That's the other thing. The downside about the internet and social media as well is that I mean, anybody can make a meme now. You know, I make memes. You've seen the
Yeah, I
memes
make
that I
mine.
make.
Yeah.
You know, I can make up any lie, and I can put
Throw it on
somebody's
a picture
name
of
on
Morgan
it or
Freeman
whatever.
and-
You know,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Throw it on a
yeah,
picture of
you
Morgan
know,
Freeman
and
you're
somebody
good.
will use that as facts, and that's dangerous. You know, that's kind of that's dangerous because, you know, that's it's dangerous because of the amount, not just because somebody can do that, but because of the amount of time we spend on social media and the amount of
Right.
of those
Yes.
messages can get into a person's brain and spin somebody up. You know.
Yeah.
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 And somebody who's maybe already have a predisposition for some kind of mental health problem,
Right.
and then you add social media into that mix, and it could be it's a dangerous.
Yeah.
It can be a very dangerous thing.
Two
Public
things-
service announcement
yeah.
from CMW: verify, verify,
Yeah.
verify.
How many times-
Especially if you believe
Yeah.
it.
Like, how many times have you seen that Michael Jordan invest in prisons? Like,
Yes.
almost every day somebody is posting that. And I'm like, it's not the same Michael Jordan. Yes, it is, because I saw a video. Where's this video?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't find the link right now.
Of course you can.
But you got this meme.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing, when they were looking for, was it Dallas with the people, the guy started shooting the police during the protest? And
Yeah.
they put that one guy picture out,
Right.
and it was just
Oh,
circulating.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
It wasn't even him.
yeah, it wasn't him.
And that is dangerous because that's somebody's life.
Yeah.
That is.
And
is
we're
quickly
living in a very
destroyed.
tense
Yeah,
time
just
right
with it.
now. Like,
Mhm.
Like what I remember a picture going around where they said they were looking for a guy who said they went through this whole criminal record, like, oh, he's wanted for molestation and this and that, and it wasn't even the guy.
Mhm.
And then it got so bad, like, people just started to change the picture with the same words, just putting up people they didn't like with this
Wow.
story. And I'm like, the fact that we have this ability, this power to ruin people's lives, and just be so callous about it, it's scary.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we're way off subject, but
But
man,
no,
this,
I mean,
it's just.
it's chocolate milk and waffle show.
Yes,
Yeah.
we have no topic. Speaking of which, dude, we're like 30 minutes in, and
Maybe we should take a breaky break. Is that what you're saying? You
And
wanna
when we
go
get
breaky break?
back, we
can take
need
a
to
little
tell
break.
people who is Chris Fallon.
Oh. All
We will be finding out.
right.
Listen
All
to
right.
the Chocolate Milk and Waffle Show. What is he playing?
The number to call in case you would like to call in is 757-848-5920. One more time if you'd like to join the conversation. That is 757-848-5920. Take it away, Justin. Justin.
It was a late night, the whip was stolen all over some bitches open. I'm sniffing the niggas stroking, I'm checking the snitch and told him. He pictured him kissing, holding, twisting the sick emotion, sipping and lit from smoking, physically gripping, zoning, speeding and switching lanes, trigger finger itching, brain sizzling, screaming and spit. Keep thinking this shit's a game. It wasn't the first occasion this bird was percolating, known to be flirtatious. She overheard a waitress talk about a customer with enough to burn paper. Told her girls later, open her shirt, skirt taper, shook ass, walked past the bit, called her rapist. Excuse me, I ain't know women like you exist. I'm in town on business, moving bricks. Got a suite at the West and we can cruise the strip. If you down around a customized exclusive whip, she front like she amusing shit. Told him I don't know who you confuse me with. I ain't no clueless chick, I'm used to chicks. Getting new shoes and fits, but since you insist, we can talk over if you can lure a twist. Convo escalated from let's hit the telly later. The F waiting, baby, I'm trying to get X-rated. Just let me get a taste of the cake, the chef baking. She took a couple lines and it left her chest aching. The way she was working her neck was breathtaking. Damn near wreck cause he had hit the accelerator instead of braking. Spun around his 07 Mercedes, did a 780 yelling, no God, will never take me. Already on edge, now they was feeling extra crazy. Knowing if any cars was close, they'd have been dead as Swayze. Be easy, ma, I know you probably scared. It's the next section, a few more miles and we there. But they ain't know what homegirls that followed them there. On the phone with a man telling him about her affairs. The thoughts running through his mind, could've got in the chair. He walked outside mumbling, I'm popping, I swear. Caught a nigga at the red light, a shot in the air. yanked him out the car, headed for the interstate flying. Hit his wife's cell, asking for an explanation. About a hesitation, knew the bitch was straight lying. All the expensive dates and trips to different states. Had her realizing she was as big as a mistake. Contemplated suicide, he started hitting his brakes. At the same time, Jake's behind him running his place. He put the car parked in, put the gun in his face. The officers told him to call the V. Just surrender, there's no need to cause the scene. He shot himself and woke up, it was all a dream.
Nothing but that pure soul music. That funkalicious flavor music. That key funk.
Soul stirring, so sickening, strychnine, lyrical bliss that hits my solar plex, spirit and flips my inside parts, the outer parts, live in my own realm like Elion with no counterpart. Counterclockwise and backwards through time and space. I can spit doing backflips, a rhyme in place. Chase these lyrical liquors down with fat beats. I've been doing this for a minute now with rap sheets, cause rhyming is for athletes. Discipline, diligence, practice. Squares a compass and on point like a cactus. We match whips and song, the track hits like bomb. Blow out your lung, my mind clicks, I'm gone into the forest of the deep darkness. Unique prophetess, keeper of the people's doctrine, black goddess, lover of the craft artist, attack hardest when protecting this music I love, and that's
music, soul moving, electric, orgasmic, you want it, we got it, soul music, soul moving, electric, orgasmic, you want it, we got it.
Bass.
Here we go. Soul. Feel the rhythm of the beat. Feel the rhythm of the move. Feel the rhythm of the beat. Here we go. Soul. Feel the rhythm of the beat. Feel the rhythm of the move. Feel the rhythm of the beat. Feel the rhythm of the soul. Feel the rhythm of the beat. Feel the rhythm of the move. Feel the rhythm of the beat. Feel the rhythm of the soul.
Soul music, feel it like old music. The independent freedom, creative control. Highly appreciated when hearing it so soothing. Or when depression hitting it hurts the soul, use it. Subconsciously the body's in rhythm, it flows to it. Like couples on the dance floor moving to slow music. Early Sunday morning out on the stroll music. Whether it's sunny skies or out in the cold. Stephanie Mill, Patti LaBelle, Natalie Cole. Music, P-Funk, rhythm and blues, the disco. Music. Ever since I was a child I was brought up and molded to it. Musical pre-development elements so rooted. It's considered a blessing for being exposed to it. Cause the music that I write, it reflects and shows through it. Fractions of my life are creatively told through it. Projected to the world so your spirit could grow through it. Soul music.
Soul music. Soul moving. Electric. Orgasmic. You want it. We got it. Soul music. Soul moving. Electric. Orgasmic. You want it. We got it.
Bass.
Here we go. Soul. Feel the rhythm of the beat. Feel the rhythm of the move. Feel the rhythm of the beat. Here we go. Soul. Feel the rhythm of the beat. Feel the rhythm of the move. Feel the rhythm of the beat. Feel the rhythm of the soul. Feel the rhythm of the beat. Feel the rhythm of the move. Feel the rhythm of the beat. Feel the rhythm of the soul.
Coming crystal clear through your atmosphere. A sweet melody traveling through the fallopian tubes of your soul. To give birth and to nurture all physical existence. And who us? We're nothing more than servants, carriers, the gatekeepers, holding the key. Sissies. Soul music.
And we're back. You are listening to the Chocolate Milk and Waffle Show on Radio F Radio.
.com.
And that was Young G, followed up by Rubber People. Rubber People fans and friends of the show. I should have said friends of the show.
Yeah, that's family.
Yes, shout out to the Rubber People. Shout out to the Junipers Collective. And shout out to Soul Trust Records. Find Soul Trust Records on Facebook. Like their page. Like the Radio Free Radio page on Facebook.
And like the Chocolate Milk and Waffle Show page on Facebook.
On Facebook. There's a lot of pages that I could tell you to like on Facebook. But check out the Radio Free Radio Patreon page, where for just $1 a month you get instant access to our entire archive of programs. And more importantly than that, you get the pleasure of being able to say that your dollar goes to supporting local independent internet radio.
Good radio.
Also, find our YouTube channel, subscribe to that so you don't miss out on any of our programming. The Chocolate Milk and Waffles Show Instagram page.
Yeah, we're everywhere.
We're everywhere. Just find us on social media. You can find Terrell and myself both on our respective social media platforms. Just
Supposedly.
about anywhere. And that about covers all the plugging. Again, we are here with Chris Filon, and if you'd like to join the conversation, or if you would like to maybe come spit a couple bars with us or something, call in. The number is 757-848-5920. And we would like to say that we're not going to judge you, but when the microphones are off, chances are we will.
I will laugh at you on the air. I'll apologize later. But
you know, we talk a lot of junk. The people that actually know us are like, they're lying.
I know,
they
right?
Ain't even like that.
That's not it. That's not even in their character.
But we're here with our good friend Chris Filon, musician, poet, comedian, activist. Gentleman wears many, many hats.
Yeah.
And despite what he might tell you, he is quite skilled at each of those disciplines. What's up, Chris?
Trying to be humble.
How's it going, George? Thanks for that.
Absolutely.
So tell us, who is Chris Filon?
Is that how you pronounce your last name? I don't
actually,
know that I've ever
is.
gotten
Yeah,
a real.
You did. You got it. You nailed it.
Okay.
I get. There's a lot of people who I get.
I think I may have called you Felon at the top of the show.
At the beginning, you did call him Felon.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe because
Felon is probably
maybe
the
because
one,
his hat's on backwards.
But yeah, the Felon is the
thug.
one that I get the most frequently. But yeah, Felon is it. So it's commonly mispronounced. But so
I get that with my first name a lot.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks it's Jorge, which it kind of is, but I don't go by that pronunciation for personal reasons.
But it's I guess this is on topic. But it's my dad's side of the family is Mexican. My mom's side of the family is white. Filon, though, interestingly enough, the Filons. My dad's side of the family didn't even discover this themselves, I don't think, until probably about 30 years ago or so. They were kind of looking up their genealogy, and they found out that it was an Irish name.
Oh, no shit.
It was an Irish name. Apparently, during the Mexican-American War, at the same time, and my history can be a little off or whatever, the Irish were, going through their potato famine. You may have heard that point in history. And
yes.
And the United States offered the Irish a deal. They said, if you come over and you fight, for us against the Mexicans, then we'll give you some land. And the Irish came over. It was originally O'Fallon. The O'Fallons came over and is part of that immigration. And many of the Irish, they fought for the U.S. as agreed upon, and then the United States reneged on that deal.
What? No, not the U.S. government.
Not my U.S.
No.
They screwed the Irish pretty good on that deal, and so many of the Irish actually went over to Mexico. What happened was Mexico said, hey, the United States is kind of screwing you on this deal and stuff like that, and so you come over here and you fight for us, and we really will give you land. And at the time, America was, mainly predominant Protestant country, and so they had a real anti-Catholic sentiment. As you know, Irish people were mainly Catholic, and so they were being discriminated against quite a bit because of that too. And as you know, a lot of Mexicans are Catholics, so they were like, hey, we're Catholic, and we even we don't have a problem with you being Catholic, and we'll give you the land that the U.S. lied about and stuff. And so it was kind of win-win. So what happened was a lot of Irish settled in Mexico, and some O'Fallon, hooked up with some Mexican woman, and next thing you know, we have a whole lot of. So there's a lot of Mexican Fallons in the Texas area, mainly in San Antonio. So that's where my family's from. So yeah, so we, it's how you got a whole group of Mexicans down there with Irish names, and so when you see a Mexican with red hair, that probably explains that too. So
well, there's a lot of that
occasionally you
in,
see that
in Puerto Rican culture too.
Yeah.
There are Puerto Ricans that have blonde hair and blue eyes.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Puerto Ricans that look like Terrell, and then I'm Puerto Rican.
Yeah, yeah. So. So anyway, I didn't mean to digress on that. I'm sure that's that history lesson is probably not the most exciting conversation or whatever.
I wonder which one took out Davy Crockett.
But but I mean, you know how it is. We all know how that is.
Yeah,
you're Latino, you're black, so I mean, I didn't need to tell y'all that, obviously. But you know how it is. You don't really get that history. In school growing up, there's these big chunks that you don't get, and so it's a very you really have to do the work yourself.
For lack of better terminology, it's very our history. It's very whitewhed.
Yeah,
there is so much missing when it comes to the Mexican American War. It's a lot. Who was it? Only thing you remember is Save the Alamo. That's it. That's it.
Remember the Alamo. And when I think of this is how good my history teachers were. When I think of the Alamo, I think of Pee-wee's Big Adventure. When he went to the Alamo in Texas looking for his bike, and they made fun of him because he thought it had a basement. The Alamo doesn't have a basement, darling. And everybody in the crowd just started turning and started laughing at poor Pee-wee, all in his face.
Freaking Pee-wee. I had mixed feelings about Pee Wee Herman when I was a kid. He kind of creeped me out, but he kind of made me laugh. But then I was creeped out.
I liked Pee Wee
because there was something just part of you wants to laugh at him, and then you're going, but it's a grown man who's and then
it was a character. It wasn't never intended to be a children's character.
If you watch the original Pee Wee's Playhouse,
I did. I watched it when I was a kid on HBO late at night, and it was a little perverted, and it was demented.
I actually found a file, and I was able to download that show.
And when you try to transition that over to have who was it? John Singleton as Cowboy Curtis.
Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne being Cowboy Curtis.
Yeah, Phil Hartman was the mailman.
Yeah,
a lot of people don't know that. But they were all, including Elvira, Cassandra Peterson. They were all actors in an acting troupe in LA called the Groundlings. And that's where Paul Rubens originally developed the Pee Wee Herman character. But what does that say about the executive of, I think it was ABC that aired the Pee Wee's Playhouse on Saturday mornings, that he went and saw the HBO live show and said that this will be great for kids.
Yeah.
This will be fantastic.
This a little bit.
We're going to make a talking chair and a robot. We'll name it Conky.
I think that was also.
This will be fantastic.
I think, too, that was also maybe a little shout out for the parents, too, that had to watch on Saturday morning. It was kind of a gift to parents.
Yeah,
so that
but
they could
if you watch Pee Wee's Playhouse now, it's very driven towards children. Very driven towards children. But then, poor Paul Rubens had that whole scandal in the theater with the, masturbation.
I guess that shouldn't have been a big shock. When we think back on it, but that was back before porn was that was the only way to I mean, to see porn was in a movie theater. Is
and it's the stupidity of arresting a man for masturbating in a porn theater. What do you think he was going to go in there and do? He's not the first. He's probably just the only famous one.
It's so weird that porn is that old now that we can talk about it the way. Like your grandpa would, a story about the back in my day, when we wanted to watch porn, we had to go to the movie theater.
And it wasn't no clean movie theater.
There was a guy.
Floor was sticky.
There's only ever 3 of us in there at a time.
Yeah, we didn't have no internet, we had to pay for our porn, it was so anyway, I really went to a dark place, didn't I? I probably
I mean, it's the chocolate milk and waffle show. We'll just leave it at that. We don't.
That was a very weak impersonation of the Batman playing, but
I thought that was Chips almost.
I love that, by the way.
We have no rhyme.
Yeah, where did we go from here? Everybody just got quiet.
I think we kind of got
talk about theater porn. What's next?
Good night.
I think I have this way of making things awkward, and
no, I guess that it all goes back to the social media and how how our communication has changed because
Yeah.
That was during a time where a lot of people didn't realize that Pee Wee Herman had a career before this children's show.
Yeah.
And that he appeared in a bunch of movies as other characters. But
Right.
I think the only thing he was known for after that was when he did, what was it, Buffy the Vampire Slayer? And he
he
like
was in that.
that over dramatic death that went through
He
the
was in the
credits.
movie.
I want to say I think was, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but he wasn't he in a movie with Johnny Depp?
Blow.
Blow. Yeah, he was in Blow.
He was in
yeah.
Blow. He
Yeah, that
played George,
was a big,
no,
and he actually did pretty well with
Pharrell.
that. Yeah. So
I think that was his name.
I can't remember.
Yeah,
it's been a
man,
while.
all I know is he broke out a bag of weed that looked like a throw pillow, like in that film. That's a good movie. It's a true story about Boston George.
Yeah. So.
But
Okay.
that's like you were saying, is when it comes to social media, it's just like how each of us are known separately for doing our things. But there are still some people that feel like, even at our level, they have to know everything about us. And I'm just like, why?
Yeah.
Why? They showed the guy.
I don't feel like I've ever really had that problem for real. Like I don't think people
You
like,
probably may feel that way, but I'm sure there are some people out there. I'm
It
sure.
a
is.
little
It
creepy
is.
to think
It is.
about.
I mean,
I guess
I
it's
won't.
never crossed my mind.
I don't want to state the obvious, and this is not like I'm not saying anything profound, but yeah, I'm sure it does create a certain amount of narcissism in this generation. I mean, and you guys know as
The
artists,
selfie, just the invention of the
I know,
selfie
and,
alone.
and I do it, and then you check back on it and you say, how many people like my selfie? And like, well, nobody liked my selfie. Am I ugly? And that's the kind of neurosis that social media can cause. But it's as an artist, and you guys can probably, you guys tell me if it's like this for you, but you need it. You need social media to kind of to promote yourself.
Yeah, for an artist, it's a wonderful tool.
But
it is an absolutely wonderful tool.
But at the same time, how do you do that sometimes without coming off as narcissist?
Yeah.
A narcissist when you're on our level. Well, we're not celebrity level, like in the sense of we have, we're known in a small group of an art community. But in order for us, we're not on the point where we got people promoting, us for us, so we don't have to look like a narcissist when we're we have to put our own stuff out. Yeah. And so how do you walk that line?
I
of
do
promoting
find myself
yourself
hesitant.
and still trying to make yourself not look like a
Right.
douche, douchebag that you're, like, hey,
me
look
and
at me,
Terrell,
look what I'm doing, look at my book, look at my,
Right.
look what I'm performing, and you're like, hey, it's like you worry if people are getting sick of hearing you talk about, but
Right.
how is she going to do that?
Like Terrell and I talk about how artists fail to promote the events that they're in. Like we'll book somebody for Feature Sunday or for Arts Out Loud, and you'll notice that this person that you booked is not sharing the event. They're not promoting it. They're not trying to get people to come out. And I think that's what it comes back to, is a little bit of shyness on the part of the artist, because there is that you don't want to come off as
you don't look like that
narcissistic.
guy.
Because I'm hesitant, posting about the book, but at the same time, I know I got to sell books.
Right.
So there's only one way to do that. And I
And
got to
we-
post about it. So
We really got, as a community, that's one thing that I think that we lack in that area. We need to be better at doing that for each other.
Yeah.
We need to,
I really try my best to share as much as possible.
Yeah.
You're never going to get to everything. I mean,
yeah.
especially when you're, we're connected in the community.
Yeah.
You look at our friends list, and each of us have 200 plus mutual friends.
Yeah.
Just because, so you're not going to be able to share everything. But when you got 2,000 plus friends in very big finger quotes on Facebook, and maybe 5 or 6 of them share your event, or share the fact that you put out a book or a mixtape, or that you're appearing somewhere, it's like, where are the other 2,000 and some of you that claim that y'all so down and support? How come it's always the same 4 or 5 of you showing up at the events to support? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's a real inner conflict, I think, as an artist. How do you promote yourself and not come off as it, like, even when Terrell said, well, who's Chris Font? Like I immediately I was
well,
like,
who
how
am
do
I?
I do
I don't
that?
know what the fuck.
Like I don't like your need to be to look humble and your need to promote yourself are two things that conflict with each other. It's like I don't know how to answer that question because I don't know if I should, if I'm,
Right.
can I do that? Is not do I have to allow myself
I
permission
remember the
to
first
talk
time
about,
somebody
you know,
told me they needed
yeah.
a bio from me. I'm like, you need
Yeah.
a what?
Yeah.
A bio.
It's
Like,
the
what
hardest
do you mean?
thing,
I'm
yeah,
like, I don't
to
know
write.
how to what? Oh man.
to write about yourself, and you're sitting there, you know.
First line of my bio, I
"Oh,
cry a
I'm
lot.
So great."
Like,
yeah.
what do you? I
And then
cry
like if you try to
a
do it
lot.
in third person, like
And that's how you're supposed
Terrell
to.
Mercer was
Right.
born, and like, why do I feel weird doing that?
Yeah, I never.
It's like I write stuff.
I finally got like Jeff kind of sort of wrote one,
Mhm.
and then I went back and added a couple little bullet points here and there, and that's the one I use. And now it's just a
Okay.
copy and paste type situation where if somebody asks for it,
Yeah.
I just
Same
because
here.
it's stressful.
Yeah.
You know, I don't. Yeah, it's. I don't never know how to answer that question. Like if you're filling out an online profile or something, they're like about you. Like I'm filling out this profile. I like hot pockets.
You know, but I will say that about you know, both of y'all's poetry. When I listen to y'all's poetry, I don't hear any ego like between both of y'all. I don't hear a lot of ego.
What?
in
George
it
is
or
cocky
anything
somebody.
like that. No, actually. There's a childlike innocence about George's poetry, and that's what I kind of like about what you do, George. You know, and you too, Terrell. I don't get any of that. Like, you know, there's a real. When I hear your poetry, there's a real love for the word in it. I can tell when I'm listening to it. It's not about like, you know, exploiting some piece of your ego that you want to, or anything like that. You know. So
there's a
lot of
balance
respect
there, I
for-
think, because on one hand, and this is not about me, this show's about you, but to touch on what you said, on one hand, there's the humility of I'm a little scared right now because this is some really personal stuff that I'm telling this whole room of strangers. But then there is that little bit of ego because when you connect with the audience and when you hear that snap in the background,
Right.
or you hear that voice in the back that goes, oh shit, when you hit a line good, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you do it for both. So if I'm going to be fair, there is a little bit of ego there.
Right,
I would be
yeah.
lying if I said there wasn't.
Oh,
I'm,
yeah.
I'm an MC at the core of
Yeah.
my artistry, and MCing in hip hop is built around the brag and boast ideal in writing. So
No, I definitely see what you're saying. Sometimes when I hear an artist, whether it be a visual artist or a musician or whatever, say, I don't do this for the crowd, I do this for myself, I call bullshit on that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, I think that's ridiculous.
if
you
you're
know?
really doing it for yourself,
Yeah.
nobody would ever heard a word you said.
Painters don't
Right.
don't
Emily
paint
Dickinson,
for it not
she
to
did
be
it for
seen.
herself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She did it for herself.
We don't write music not to be heard, and we don't paint to not be seen. And
Exactly.
So, yeah, it's ridiculous. thought.
Exactly.
So,
All right.
Yeah.
On that note, we're going to take a quick break. Take it away, Justin. We're going to kick off some tunes. You are listening to the Chocolate Milk and Waffle Show on Radio F Radio.
.com, sucker.
It's fine. It's alright. It takes time to get used to life when the sun goes down and your friends are drunk or they're not around. Hold on. We've got time to kill. Denouement. With some resolution to a lonely life when the end is near but still out of sight. And I could never see your eyes 'cause they're inside your head. Lids of lead. Open up, I'd like to come inside. I'd like to hear you sing of broken things. when the sun goes down and your friends are drunk or they're not around. Hold on, we've got time to kill. Take moments. It's some resolution to a lonely life when the end is near but still light outside. And I could never see your eyes 'cause they're inside your head. Lids of lead, open up. I'd like to count inside. I'd like to hear you sing of broken things. I've heard it said forgiveness is a luxury. What do I have to do for you to say you've forgiven me? I'm ready to say goodnight. Once you've forgiven me, I'm ready to let it die. Once you've forgiven me. And I could never see your eyes 'cause they're inside your head. Lids of lead, open up. I'd like to count inside. I'd like to hear you sing of broken things. Oh no, no.
Did you know that Radio Free Radio has over 100 videos on their YouTube channel? It's true. Check it out. Go to YouTube and type Radio Free Radio, all one word, into the search bar and click subscribe.
Hey y'all, this is Ronnie Dale Martin Jr. and I gotta tell you, man, this Radio Free Radio thing is quite awesome. And since I spent all my money on steering wheel covers and Marlboros, I need you guys to donate $1 over at Patreon. That site is patreon.com/Radio Free Radio. If you ain't heard about it, you need to get on over there and give your $1. On RadioFRadio.com.
Take 16.
It's the chocolate milk and waffle show. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's get it on. Who are these guys? It's my theme music. Every good hero should have some.
Welcome in, here on Radio for Radio, go tell a friend. Went to Raleigh, Georgia, bring them in. We got so many things to talk about, so let's begin. Putting a highlight on local life on Thursdays, 8 at night. Hope you feeling alright, cause tonight we gon' get you right, yeah, show you right. We gon' laugh, joke, talk, rinse, repeat. We gon' keep it real chill, let's get deep. Ain't no topic off limits, no knock off a gimmick. 10 times out of 9, you'll be fine when we finish. We get talented, hard to get artists to target that audience. Talk accomplishments of those who get no acknowledgement. The studio be hot in the summertime, studio be cold in the winter. And though the chair a bit dusty, it be a throne we enter. Have a seat with us, chocolate milk and waffles, come and eat with us. 2 whole hours, turn your speakers up. And before we get it started, just repeat it thus. It's old chocolate milk and waffle show. It's the chocolate milk and waffle show. We got George, we got Terrell, we got milk, that's chocolate. We got beautiful buttery waffles, just the way your mama used to make them.
Crazy, crazy, crazy show. That's what it is. Okay, whatever. I can't.
And we are back, Internet. You are listening to the Chocolate Milk and Waffle Show on Radio F Radio. And I'm here with my partner, Terrell, and our guest, Chris Fallon.
Yeah.
One more time, the number to call in is 757-848-5920. Call in, join the conversation. Maybe you have a question for Chris. Maybe you have a question for us, or you'd like to just put your 2 cents in. Maybe you got a couple bars you'd like to spit. Call in and do that on 757-848-5920. Terrell.
Yeah, it's kind of funny we were talking about social media, and there's this term that keeps popping up I find funnier and funnier every day. Instagram model.
Are you familiar with this term?
No, I'm
it's pretty much
embarrassed
what
to
it
say
sounds
this,
like,
but I have, outside of Facebook, I never got into Facebook. Is
Yeah,
enough
be
for me,
wise.
and I'm old, and it shows my age. I turned 47. A lot of people this month, and so it's I'm bad with technology, and I mean I'm the traditional old guy. I mean you're looking at the guy who, when my girlfriend did ladies' night at the venue, I sat there with her camera videotaping her for I got about 8 minutes into her poetry, and somebody tapped me on the shoulder and said, it's not recording, right? I mean, that's yeah. So
at least India got it. That was what your post was about.
Yeah,
That's funny.
It's pretty embarrassing too.
Oh,
I mean, so
bummer.
basically, I was just a guy standing there with a phone,
Holding the phone up.
Hey, look, I might as well just been standing there, sitting there.
He still
going,
calls the
"Hey, look at this
hashtag
phone."
the pound sign.
And I was
That's so
proud
funny.
of myself too. I mean, I was zooming
Wow.
in, and I was trying to catch her at different angles, and somebody's like, "Hey."
Oh
It's like,
man.
yeah. So yeah, I'm.
You got an A for effort, brother.
Yeah.
At least
I mean,
it
you
did
have
get
to-
recorded.
You have to realize, I mean, I'm old enough to remember when, rotary phones and stuff.
Yeah, me
all
too.
that stuff you're seeing on Stranger Things. Like
Right.
That's, like,
That's
I
the shit I
lived
grew up
that.
with, right.
That's the crap that, I grew up with. So,
You miss
cassettes
one number, you have
and-
to start all the way over
and
again.
8 tracks and, and all that stuff. I can remember that. I mean, boy.
So something we talk about here a lot with our guests on Chocolate Milk and Waffle Show is the responsibility of the artist. You're involved in a couple of activist organizations. Why don't we talk a little bit about that and what you do with MAID? And
Sure. Actually, MAID is the one that I've probably been least involved with, because the way me and Lisa, we do our relationship is we try to, as you know, she has children and stuff. So when she wants to attend an event, whether it be a cause, for an activist cause of some sort, I might stay home with the kids so that she can go do that, and then the next time, I'll go do it, and so we kind of tag team and stuff like that. But the ones that I've been most involved with is a group called Bridging the Gap 757. They were meeting at ODU. We haven't had a meeting in a couple of weeks, but it's mainly been acting as a liaison between the police department and folks in the Norfolk community. We've had meetings with the Norfolk Police Department, and but I have been involved in initially after the Alton Brown shooting. I was involved in some of the protests.
Right.
That Nick Egerton, I don't know if you're familiar
Yes.
with him. You probably saw him in the pilot and
I
stuff.
did.
Some of his original. It was just like, I guess I was just like everybody else. You see a guy standing out, in Norfolk with a sign, trying to bring awareness to police brutality, and you want to do something more than just post your thoughts on Facebook. And so I said, I got to get out there and be involved and do something. And so I went to one, and then went to another one, and then started going to the Bridging the Gap, meetings and stuff. And I tell you, I don't know if my presence really has done a whole lot for the movement, but it gives me something to do outside of myself, rather than just sit at home and get angry. And
Right.
feels
Well,
like
I
I'm
think you're
doing
doing
something
more than a lot of people do.
And I think one of the things that I found was really interesting when I first started going to those things is when you show up to whether it be a strategy meeting like 757 Bridging the Gap did, or a protest, I think it's really important for Black people to see people other than other Black people at these
Right.
things, because there's this real sense You know, and I can't speak for black people, you know, but I think there is a sense out there that there's a lot of people just don't give a crap, you know, and so if anything, maybe just me being out there showing my presence, you know, showing that, you know, and that's actually what I've actually heard people say, you know, it's like I can't believe somebody would take, and it makes you sad when you hear that, you know, that they're surprised that somebody would take their time out of their day. To be involved in something
it's not just
like that.
It is a black
Yeah.
problem. It's they're the ones dealing with the issue right now, but it's not just a black problem. It's a humanity problem.
Right.
And I asked a former guest this, and I'll ask you the same. As a non-person of color, how do you feel your role is different? You kind of touched on it just now. It's important for the black community to see the people that are not black also out there supporting and lending those shoulders.
You know, I think, I think mainly it's pretty much just what I just said, but I think also it is, it brings hope, I think, for black people that, you know, I think if you're black, and like I said, Terrell, you can jump in here. Like I said,
I'm just listening.
You know, I think if you're a black person, and this is just I sometimes I sit around and I try to think of if I'm a black person and there's no white people showing up to these rallies, you know, like what you saw at Silent Mile. There was a good presence of good diversity of people out there. If you don't see that, it does got to take away some of your hope. You know, it's like, how are we going to solve this problem if white people don't see this as a problem, if they can't even see it? And I've seen a lot of that, unfortunately.
And that's been a lot of the argument is not how do we fix it. A lot of the argument is trying to convince people that there's a problem.
Yeah. So exactly. That I've had a lot of arguments with. You know, I grew up in and the other reason why this was such a personal issue for me too is because I grew up in Louisiana.
I was about to bring that up.
Yeah. And as you know, the first shooting that came to our attention was the Alton Brown shooting in Baton Rouge, and so of course, this is my home state, and it's disappointing for me because I grew up. I remember what that was like. I said I was born in *69, so. It wasn't the 1950s, but there was still in Louisiana. There's still a lot. I mean, I have stories that to this day, just and I think a lot of this stuff coming up and seeing the curtain. It wasn't just this; it was just seeing the current attitudes and moods about race since this election has started. And how you have one candidate who's spent a lot of his election used race
speech,
as,
essentially.
Yes. I don't know how else to say it nicely, but used race, whether it be undocumented workers or Muslims or blacks or gays. I don't know so much as gays, but those groups of people, he's used that as a scapegoat for the problems of our country. That's frightening to me. That was frightening for me to see somebody do that, and I guess I'm surprised at my own country that. Because we have a long history of doing that.
Right.
I mean, it goes way back of scapegoating a few groups of people to when things are not going right in our country. Politicians tend to do that, and to think that we live in 2016 and people are still falling for those political tactics, it's really disturbing to me. So the movement was not just about the police brutality for me, but it was also some of that too, that I was already frustrated at that point when it came up. So I just felt like this issue is not just about police brutality for me. It's about racism in general in this election and everything. It was so I just felt like
it's
I
very
needed to get
strange
out
times we're in right now.
Yeah.
I guess before Trump entered the election, you probably wouldn't. I knew racism was alive and well in America. I wasn't blind to it by any means, but I wouldn't have guessed he'd have had that many people openly supporting him.
Let me help you guys with something.
It's so mind-numbing.
I don't post what I do work-wise on social media. I get called boy or the N-word at least once a week.
Oh my God! Yeah.
And that's here, and I have to sit there with a smile on my face, like. Yeah, I've had people call my company and say, you know, don't send this boy back to my property. But what did he do? Nothing. Did he do a good job? Yes. I just don't trust his kind.
Oh.
I have to hear this stuff. And when it is like to try to I can't pretend that it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I can't do that. I can't be like, nah, I'm just imagining it.
Mm.
Now, the thing I wanted to ask you, because I've witnessed this, and I know there are some people that are like this. Have you ever had people give you negative feedback for you being a Caucasian male showing up supporting black people?
Actually, yeah. One an old friend of mine that I had on Facebook had actually asked me that question. He was like, yeah, he attacked me for it was the same argument that always comes up when these things happen. You know, what does the media do in the Alton Brown case or whatever? They start going through their past history,
right.
Yeah.
and they try to find,
They dug up the past history of the man whose kid fell into the gorilla enclosure,
Yeah.
and he
It's
wasn't even at the
horrible,
damn zoo.
you know, and-
So
so the argument on his side was, well, look at what this guy did. You know, look at, he's not, why are you celebrating this guy or whatever? Why are you, and, the thing is like what I've given up on when it comes to arguing with people on the other side of this issue is you're never gonna get anywhere with the whole, trying to defend. And the reality is some of these people that are going to end up victims of police brutality may not always have this most spotless, but I don't even go there with it because it's a pointless
Right.
argument. So
Yeah.
what I go by is that I don't want a police a police force that feels like they can be judge, jury, and executioner on the street.
Right.
It's- and that's where you get more further with the argument with people who bring that up, who criticize
good
you for
point.
standing up for somebody like and the I can't even think of anybody by example who maybe had an extensive criminal record but actually ended up wrongfully shot anyway, by unarmed. But yeah, that's where I go with that argument. I make it about, and that's what always surprises me about conservatives, because they're the ones that are always worried about tyranny. Government being too big and stepping in and
Right.
overstepping and stuff like that.
But then they
So-
defend the
but-
oversteppage.
Yes, but so to me, what I call bullshit, because it's like, then this should be just as much your issue as it is any of that, and maybe it's not because it's happening to black people.
Well,
And
Right.
So yeah,
Let me-
so
let me
you
help
can't
you.
you can't get
Like,
around the racism when it comes to
There,
that. Yeah.
believe it or not, there are actually levels to conservatives, and because I know so many,
Yeah.
like I had to explain to another black guy what black power actually meant, and he's a conservative, and he was just like, it was never explained to me that way. Now I see it different, and it's the same thing. Some are never taught or take time to learn what things are really all about.
Yeah.
Half of them are conservative, don't even know what it means, what a conservative even means. They, just like you said, we want to follow Trump. We're going to follow Trump. We're going to do this. We this is what we believe as conservatives. I have a coworker who's like, you need to stick with your party no matter what. I'm like, well, what about the country?
Yeah. Yeah.
I always thought we go for the person we feel is best for the country. No, you stick with your party no matter what. That sounds stupid.
That does sound stupid, and it is stupid,
That sounds very stupid.
and it's dangerous.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous mentality to just,
Yeah.
well, we're gonna go with Trump. Why? Because he's the Republican.
Yeah.
Ask a Trump supporter,
Yeah.
like.
But it's the
he-
same thing as somebody, I'm going to go with Hillary because he's a
Yeah.
Democrat.
Right. Well, he says he's gonna do this, this, and this, but when you ask them, well, how does he
Yeah.
plan to do these things? They can't answer you because Trump has yet to answer that question.
Yeah.
He just, I'm gonna make
Yeah.
America great again. We never were.
One of the scariest
We
things
never were.
I keep pointing this out to people, and when I say this, I'm not saying it as pro-Trump, but a lot of his support has come from the frustration with the government. And I try to tell people, like, everybody that's voting for Trump isn't even really for Trump, or say they're pushing for Trump. when it comes to the polls, they might not even vote for him.
They're against Hillary.
Yeah,
it's
they're
a protest
so
against Hillary.
they're so against Hillary.
Same for the
Clinton.
people that are supporting Hillary.
Yeah, they're.
You know how many
yeah,
people I've
yeah.
said, well, I'm not really voting for Hillary. I'm just voting against Trump.
Yeah.
And that speaks volumes to the difficulties we're facing in this country when we are still, after all these years, on a two-party system.
Yeah.
Millions upon millions of people on this planet, and we have it narrowed down to Trump and Hillary. She just made a joke the other day about Snapchat and how she's glad with Snapchat she doesn't have to worry about going back and deleting anything.
Oh yeah, that was horrible.
Come on. How does a presidential candidate get away with making a joke like that?
I cringed. And and it's sad that we don't have a stronger candidate for an answer to Trump.
Right.
That's a little bit that has a little bit more Teflon to her, and that that has a cleaner closet, I guess you would
exactly.
say.
Exactly.
And I honestly think it's time for this country to have a woman president. And I just don't think it's her.
Yeah,
Jill Stein.
It's funny that
Stein.
it's good that you
Dude,
brought up Jill Stein, because I've been paying more attention to her recently. I've been listening to her, and I love what she has to say. I'm in line with most of all the issues that she says. And I don't think that they're. I mean, I could argue with those all day. Some people would say they're pie in the sky, fairy dust and all that stuff like that. But they're actually pretty rational.
It's really not.
I don't have
her
time to
platform's not
explain.
unrealistic.
Yeah, I think a lot of people assume that because she's a part of a green party, so they think it's all
it's fairy tales.
Fairy tales and unicorn farts and butterfly wishes or whatever. But she's a very rational person. But but I have to admit, it comes back for me as a Mexican, as somebody who's Mexican, I have to worry about, my first priority is to make sure that Donald Trump does not make president. And I don't have the luxury, I don't feel like to gamble my vote on a third party, and risk a Donald
when historically
Trump
they've barely even made.
I know that there are some Mexicans that and there's a small percentage of them. I think he's polling right now at like 12%, approval rating with the Latino vote or whatever. I don't know whether it's Latino. I think a lot of them might be, and I don't want to assume. I think some of them are Cubans. Cubans, what I've been told is traditionally they've been conservative, but they have a good reason for it because Cuba's a communist country, and so they associate. And the Republicans have been really good at connecting
Painting
the
that
two,
picture.
that communism and socialism together, and scaring that we all have that.
Sweden
big,
is a
yes,
socialist
there's
country, and they're
plenty
doing
of them.
great.
Yeah, that have.
Greenland's doing fine.
Just as many
Iceland.
as you can point to that have
He's
led to
just pissed
communism.
off everybody from Greenland.
I know.
Yeah, you can point to way many more that have been able to have strong democracies under socialism. So they've really been able to capture the Cuban vote because playing on those fears of because to them they see socialism, they smell communism, and making those links, and so they've been able. I'm sure that a big portion of Latinos that they are counting in there probably are Cubans, but there are. I know that there's some Mexicans and maybe some of them even my family that feel like, well, he's only talking about illegals. He's not talking about us.
Yeah.
He only wants. But I can guarantee you, when that hunt starts,
right?
People are not going to be rational, and history has shown that. When people start looking for brown skin, illegals, they're going to start looking. They're not going to be
Hitler
always
had
rational.
no intention of stopping
if
the
you're
Jews.
Thinking that you're gonna be not gonna get caught into some of that. Not only is it selfish to not, but it's not rational. I think to assume that you're not going to catch some of that fallback.
Seneca Lofton had one of the most powerful posts ever. He said, "Dear unaffected people, it won't be too long before you become the affected."
Yes, yeah.
You know what I mean? Because if anybody thinks for 1 second that Hitler was going to stop at the Jews,
right?
They're crazy.
Yeah.
That was step one.
It's a real scary time. I know the day after I did that first, I was in the first protest in Norfolk. It was I think the night I was out there, the police shootings happened in Dallas, and I went home and I was feeling really good and everything because I was part of this great movement and that I really believed in, and then I watched the news and like, oh man, the shooting, and then the guy said, oh, he tagged our brand on that, of course, Black Lives Matter, you know, I mean, I can't lie, it scared me for a minute. It took me back, and I'm like, not just because that happened, but immediately after that, Fox News and a lot of the conservative media went off on a tangent. It was like there was rumors about, like, all of a sudden, oh, should we call Black Lives Matter now a terrorist movement and all this stuff like this, and so I'm sitting there going, I got a government job, like I could lose a lot here, am I going to be able to do this? Am I going to be able to go into future protests and marches if it's a Black Lives Matter march? And
I think a lot of that is the media attempting to attach a negative stigma to the movement any possible way they can.
And that's what scared me the most. It was like that's all it takes in this country.
It's like when people try to say that the Panthers are basically the black KKK, which could not be further from the truth.
Whoa, so different.
But that's the argument I hear a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, the only way to combat this is show me the evidence, and I think there's a. But the scary thing is that, like, that's the reality that we live in today. Anybody can snap and go buy a weapon and go shoot up a group of police officers or a group of and stamp their name on it, and then all of a sudden you're part. Now you are them. In their eyes, you're one of those guys. That's you now. That's your movement and everything like that. That's.
But that's the equivalent of calling every Muslim a terrorist.
Yeah, and that logic is really flawed, and I think if anybody who's ever said that to me, I think the counter argument would be, and like I said, it gets ugly at that point. It would be for me to show them, videos, of course, of people at Trump rallies saying the N-word and stuff like that, and saying, is this you? Do I get to say that this is you now because people that go to Trump rallies do this? Now that must be you too,
right?
And stuff. You don't like that, so why do you have no control if you're part of the Trump supporters, but you don't have no control if somebody in Wisconsin decides or in Alabama decides to put a Trump T-shirt on and then start spitting racist terms and stuff like that. I don't have any control over that, and people in Black Lives don't have any control if somebody in Dallas, Texas decides to lose his mind and then shoot up a. But some of the stuff is just crazy. Like in Louisiana, for instance, I've seen some of my own relatives post, with the flooding that's been going on. They're living down there. There's literally people, on there, and one of them is actually a black guy. They're showing the video. I saw it this week, and he's like, where's Black Lives Matter? They don't give a crap about us and everything like this. And I mean, my answer to that is that Black Lives Matter was, it's a movement about police brutality, and the injustices of black people.
And I think people don't seem to understand that BLM is not an actual organization.
Yeah, it's not the Red Cross.
They don't have a building with offices.
Yeah, I know, we're not that organized, and it's not the Red Cross. That's a different. That's a whole different. So holding them accountable for that is about as logical as saying, well, during a flooding is like, well, where's the American Heart Association or whatever? It's a different cause,
right.
It's like, or where is you could say, where's Blue Lives Matter? I'm sure there was some cops out there whose homes were flooded, it was like, where's All Lives Matter? And I told somebody that, it's like, I would have, if there was an All Lives Matter movement after the shooting of Alton Brown or Philandro Castle, if there was an All Lives Matter movement out here in Norfolk, to protest that, I would have been out there in that crowd, but there wasn't. And why? Because it's not even a real movement.
No. Right.
It was strictly a movement.
When I hear All Lives Matter, I basically hear, when a person says Black Lives Matter, they're not saying white lives don't. They're not saying Black Lives only matter. And I'm not schooling you, obviously. This is for the general public. I'm trying to make a point. So, but when a person says Black Lives Matter and a person says All Lives Matter, what they're really saying is, no, they don't. Black Lives Matter, no, they don't.
Yeah, it's an attempt to make you feel bad for saying that your life matters.
Right.
And
Yeah.
you try to make you feel you're being selfish, man.
Yeah.
You're being selfish. You know, you're sitting there saying nobody else's life, and it's to shut you down, and that's cruel.
Yeah.
That's a really
It's
sick thing
demeaning.
to do to people, and I think that's where I got really angry, over the past couple of months, seeing that kind of stuff too, because that's really what
Yeah.
that matter is all about.
saw-
Because if you're all lives matter, then you're upset one day when black people are being shot
Right.
unfairly, and you're upset the next day when a cop is being shot. That's
Right.
what to
And
me all
the
lives.
whole Blue
is,
Lives
you know?
Matter
Yeah.
thing to
Mhm.
me,
Mhm.
Blue lives are not a thing.
Mhm.
Smurfs don't exist.
So-
Neither do Avatar. A police officer makes that choice. A
Mhm.
black person does not choose to be black.
Right. Yeah.
So
Mhm.
I have difficulty with the whole Blue Lives Matter idea. I'm not going
Yeah.
to call it a movement or the idea of
Yeah.
it, period.
Mhm.
At the end of the day, if my house is burning down
Mhm.
and I say, oh shit, my house is burning down, and my neighbor says, well, all houses matter. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, but mine's is
Yeah.
the one burning
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but mine's is close enough where it could possibly catch fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
burning. My house is burning down.
Yeah. Yeah.
That and
I don't know why it's
at this point, if you
so-
don't get it, you don't want to get it.
Yeah, you're
Exactly.
right. You're right. It's the
Exactly.
cognitive dissonance that we were
Yeah.
talking about.
Exactly.
It's just
About-
like somebody
yeah.
had posted earlier,
Mhm.
earlier this week, and they were just like, if you replied Blue Lives Matter to reflect against Black Lives Matter, you said Black Lives are racist. There are no blue lives, so that meant you actually got what Black Lives Matter actually
Yeah.
meant. You're just being asinine.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're just being silly right now.
Yeah.
So just like you got the whole, it's like a black and white American flag, which is the blue stripe going through it
Mm-hmm.
for Blue
Yeah.
Lives Matter.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I'm just like, I guarantee if somebody else were to take that same flag,
I've never even seen that
You
flag, but
haven't?
just
Yeah,
you describing
I've
it
seen it as all that, a lot of-
symbolically,
lot of
it's
my
saying the
friends
police
from
are keeping
Louisiana
us
are doing that.
divided.
Yeah. Yeah.
because the blue stripe is straight down the middle.
Right.
It's straight down the middle. So I'm just like, I
never
guarantee
seen
if
that.
somebody did
Yeah, Google
another,
that shit.
if somebody did another flag like that with the same American flag,
Uh-huh.
they're disrespecting the Old Glory.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be that's what we would hear.
Yeah.
And when we get to that part, it's just like someone like you, where you, Justin pulled it up right there. Justin has it. When you see these arguments between your family, when you see how some of them are on one side of the divide, then you have family friends that are on the other side of the divide. How do you feel being caught up in the middle like that?
It's a lonely place because I'm going to tell you, and I don't really know how many of friends and family that I have back in Louisiana that are, if there are anybody on the side of the issue that I am, they're being very. I know of one person. I don't want to name any names, but I know one person who I've talked to about it. But it's almost like. And I kind of understand it. I mean, if you grew up in Louisiana, you have to understand. I grew up when I was a kid. I mean, I'll just to give you an example of some of the sickness that I grew up with. I remember when I was a child, my nursery rhymes that I would hear, childhood nursery rhymes. A good example, the Any, Mini, Miny, Mo. And you picture, what the version of that is in the Deep South.
Yeah, I know it.
Yeah, for those listeners that I don't want to offend anybody, but I think it's important. But when I was a kid, when children would say "Any, Mini, Miny, Mo," they would say "Any, Mini, Miny, Mo, catch a nigger by his toe. If he hollers, make him pay $50 every day." That's what I grew up with.
Yep.
I grew up with jokes like, how many black people it takes to shingle a roof? One, if you slice them thin enough. That's what I grew up with. That
Oh
was
my
that's
God.
Louisiana. That was the Louisiana that and people would say, well, that was back in the 60s and 70s. But no, my
No,
children, my daughter went to go see her mother's family just a few. It was probably she was about 10 years old, I guess, and her cousin. They're out there playing in the backyard, and her cousin picks up a stick and says, "Hey, this is my nigger stick. This is my nigger stick." And now, like, I as somebody who grew up in the Deep South, I knew what that meant.
Mhm.
That's what white kids would say. That's their fantasy. That's their fantasy. Is like one day I'll get to beat, like that. I know what the end stick is. If you grew up in the Deep South, you know what that means. And I mean, it's just lots of that kind of stuff. I mean, that's what. And when I was a kid, I guess you're so immersed in it, and that's just so much of your reality or whatever. And when you're little, you don't think about that a lot. And I didn't really pay too much attention to it either until I got into race at all. Until I got into middle school. My parents moved me to a town in the southern part of Louisiana, little rural town called Ragley, Louisiana. And because I'm half Mexican, I'm only half Mexican. I don't have an accent, as you can see. So people don't always pick up right away that I'm Mexican. They probably not always pick up that you're Puerto Rican.
No, they don't.
But after a few days, there was like no black kids in the school. There was no, and there was one black kid in the school. I'll tell you, that's a whole nother story. But it was, I guess I was probably there about a week, and finally somebody kind of noticed that I was a little darker than the average one. They said, "Hey, man, what are you?" And I told them, I said, "Well, I'm Mexican." And I mean, after that, my name wasn't Chris anymore. It was Beaner. It was Spick. It was Wetback. It was, and when they ran out of those names, they started calling me. They just call me food names. They say, "Hey, taco. Hey, burrito, hey, enchilada." I mean, it was so bad, I couldn't even go eat lunch in the school cafeteria. I got some of that too growing up here in Virginia. Yeah, I couldn't even go to eat lunch on the days they served tacos because I knew I was going to be the butt of the joke, And so, that's when I started eventually what happened was I couldn't take it anymore. I got into a fight, and then and it was a very public fight, and at that point I was way out of control with anger, and so it was way over the top. I mean, it was a really bad beating that I gave to somebody, and then it just stopped. Then all of a sudden there was a black kid in my school, and he ran track, and I still remember this very clearly. He came to school one day and he found a letter in his locker. It sounds like something straight out of a movie out of the 50s, I know, but yeah, and it said, if you run track today, we're going to burn your house down, nigger. That's what it said on the paper. And I mean, now you have to think he's running for the team of the school. That's how deep the racism runs. And he was a really good athlete. He was one of the best runners on the team, maybe the best runner on the team. But that's how embedded the racism. They would rather see our team lose than see a black person being, a white person. So that's how bad it was. And I was just down there 2 years ago. And visiting my aunt for my grandmother's funeral, and I went jogging, and I get halfway down her block, and I noticed one of her neighbors has a black lawn jockey. If you're from the Deep South, familiar, and he's chained to a fence. Now this is 2014. This is their idea of some old person's idea of nostalgia. It's disturbing to me, and I'm sure people down there would love to say, well, that was back then. You're talking about stuff that will have 40, but
it's not that old. This is still happening.
This was the 70s, this was the 80s or whatever. But here's what I know.
We just had a bunch of white supremacists with guns post up in front of the NAACP in Texas.
Yeah.
So
on a Sunday.
And even so, let's not talk about how this is old mentality. This is still happening.
And even if you can say, well, like I can't point to any specific stories, I can point to the Elton Brown one, but the thing is, what I know is that those people that I grew up with that beliefs, I would love to kid myself and say that they all had epiphanies, and they all just turned it around. But the reality is that a lot of them probably didn't, and they've already raised another generation.
Exactly.
And those people are my age now, so they're in the position to be in positions of authority. They've at my age, I'm 47 years old. So at that age, you're old enough to be a politician, a judge,
Right.
an attorney, or maybe it's just a manager of a grocery store where you're in a position to hire people or whatever, or you're a police officer or whatever. You know, that's frightening to me that you have that many people that I know, you know, at that time that are now in that position of authority. And so I'm very skeptical when they try to pretend down there that this isn't a problem anymore and that it's not affecting anybody.
Yeah, I have black friends that have told me that growing up they get what they call the talk from their parents on how to behave around law enforcement.
Yep.
Yeah.
White people don't have to have that conversation with their kids.
Right.
You know, if there are people alive that remember having dogs sicked on them, they remember being hosed down. So if there are people that remember that happening, stands to good reason that there are people still alive that held those hoses and unleashed those dogs.
Yeah.
You know, so that hatred just gets passed down. KRS-One made a really good point. How come you don't think you ever see KKK uniforms in the museums? Because it's not dead. They're still using
it's
them.
It's not history.
It's not history. They're in the attics, they're in closets, and they're still being used on a regular basis.
There's a man that lives in Suffolk by the name of Thurbia Parker, and going to his home is pretty much like going to a Black History Museum. And he has so much memorabilia he's purchased. Matter of fact, when they were supposed to be opening the Black History Museum in Richmond, a big majority of the stuff in there was his personal things that he donated. And I'll never forget one time a guy tried to take him to court over some memorabilia. The problem with the memorabilia was the guy had a trunk full of colored only signs, whites only signs, and just different things that dealt with like lynchings and stuff like that. The guy never bothered to wonder why his grandfather had all this stuff in his trunk, but he was willing to sell it to Mr. Parker. Mr. Parker kind of noticed it was another thing in the bottom of the trunk. Lifted up.
It was a Klan
Klan uniform.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Mr. Parker had already paid for it. It was his. The guy was trying to give it back, trying to take him to court to get that back. Trying to say
just
he stole
that
it.
part.
He just wanted to get that to protect his grandfather's name.
Man, jeez.
And it's kind of crazy that when you think back to even timeline wise, that still was not that long ago.
No.
Even if you say we're bringing up old stuff, like somebody's like, oh, you're just repeating this cycle.
But they'll tell you never forget about 9/11.
Yeah, never forget.
Yeah.
Never forget.
You guys need to get over slavery, but never forget 9/11. Come on.
Trail of Tears, get over it.
So it's all I guess what I think everybody thinks. Well, this Trump thing, it's a new phenomenon. You see all these people bold with their racism, and so they're assuming racism is like it's this new push toward. No, it was always there. I think it was always there. It's just that
it makes the closet racist feel like it's okay to be more blatant with it. Like, oh, okay. Like, this isn't a coming out of the closet. Like you're not being granted gay marriage. Like, you know what I mean? It does. You don't have free license to come out and be an asshole now.
And I my strongest criticism with Donald Trump would be, he's race baiting like other Republicans have in the past, but I do think it's way worse than it has been for. I mean, you look at John McCain, the way he ran his campaign. I remember, and you've probably seen it too on social media, there's a clip that shows, when he was running against Barack Obama, one of his Republican supporters jumped up and said, he's a Muslim, blah, blah, did all this stuff. And John McCain stopped him right there and says, no. Yeah. He's not a Muslim. He's a Christian, and he's a good man. We don't agree. Donald Trump. I mean, there's plenty of evidence that there's at least a percentage of people at the Donald Trump rallies that are spitting out this racism, and he could do the same thing that he has had plenty of opportunity to do the same thing that John McCain could have done. He could sit there and say, "This, no, if you're in this audience, thank you for your support, but we don't need that, in this, and I encourage you to leave if this is what you're bringing."
But this is the man that called a crying baby a loser.
Many opportunities to do that. He sees the same YouTube videos that we do. He's had plenty of times to do it. So his silence on that to me is the same as condoning it.
Yeah.
So I can't get behind anybody who can support that. That political ideology, that campaign, and say that they, they don't endorse that. To me, it's it's just and I just I don't know what else.
It almost seems like it's not real.
Yeah, in all
it's
honesty.
so it's so over the top.
It is
that it's almost like, is he trying to throw the election? Was he just trying to prove a point and it just got way too far?
I really think so.
Like it got out
really
of hand.
I really feel that's what he.
Because he said way back in the '90s that he would never run, but if he did, that he would run as a Republican.
Yeah, actually, he never
because
said that.
He didn't say that.
Nope, that was on a meme. He never said that.
No, but this brings us to a really good point.
He's always been a Democratic supporter.
Yeah,
he's always been one.
Well, yeah, there's definitely. There is some. You do wonder if he sabotaged. I mean, because literally, if you wrote a book of everything,
that's one of those theories that's out there.
Like, did she hire him?
It's becoming more and more believable. But if there was a book on everything not to do during a campaign, he has managed to go through it like. Sometimes I almost get this image of him going like he was like, okay, I'm way in deep in my head. I've got to. But I can't quit.
How do I get them to turn against me?
How do I get it? How do I get them? What thing can I say that's just so outrageous that'll get them?
He's probably like, yeah, I'm
probably
gonna make the Mexicans build a
like,
wall, and then people were like, hell yeah, and he was like,
he might get home and
he's like, wait a minute, they said.
Oh, dang, man, what am I going to do? What rabbit am I going to pull out of my ass now? And then he goes, oh, I know this will get him. And then he goes,
we're going to get all the Muslims out of the country. We're going to make them sign up on a registry.
Yeah.
And people were like, hell yeah. And he was like, fuck.
And look now, what's the latest thing? Hey, black people, you can't do any worse.
Yeah.
What kind of campaign is that?
There's a crying baby. Let me call it a loser.
Yeah. I mean, like it's comical. Like,
and people are still like, "Go Trump."
Yeah.
And defending this
like
man.
I said, it goes back to
what he said about
cognitive dissonance.
And also the frustration with the government.
Yeah.
But it's sticking it to the man.
Here's the thing, and I said this a while back, and I said that for the Bernie supporters that were disappointed that he didn't, you still do have a revolution that you can do. You can get behind Hillary Clinton, even though you don't. And I know, I lost you right now. If you hate Hillary or whatever, I probably lost you and everything like that and everything. But what I mean by that is that we can if people were to get behind Hillary and vote enough to that she can win by a landslide and completely defeat him, in an astronomical sense, then we can send the message that Republicans, this type of campaigning is not going to work for you. It is disastrous for you, and not only is it's not just a little bit disastrous.
I think they know that,
though.
I think they're in the same place.
Yeah, you have like.
I think they're all like, man, what are we?
Like
we've only got a couple months. What are we gonna do?
Cruz was like, wouldn't even give Trump his endorsement.
Yeah.
Like Cruz. Now,
why would he? After everything Trump said about him. I mean,
well, you're saying you're pushing people to get behind Hillary.
Yeah.
In the same sense, could you use the same energy to tell people get behind a fourth party candidate?
I could, but to be honest with you, I don't think that people are going to be ready for. I think that here's what I think. I think millennials are ready for a Bernie Sanders. They've shown that, and the millennials are ready for a Jill Stein. But the Gen Xers, like my age, and the baby boomers are not. And I think that it's going to be a few more decades of baby boomers dying off, and Gen Xers, eventually, moving, and the millennials coming up and stuff like that. And then you'll be able to see. I do have hope that it's coming, but I don't think it's gonna. There's just still too many of those left right now, so I don't see it really as a possibility. But on that note, too, I also want to say that I think I was even wrong about my statement about Republicans not doing this again. I see them doing this again in the future for the simple reason is because they're so invested in trickle-down economics and Reaganomics. And, we know how disastrous that's been for our economy. And because what does it do? It filters all the money to the top 1%, and we're seeing the evidence of that starting to happen after decades of Reaganomics and trickle down economics and stuff like that. And when that inevitably is going to deplete the middle class and put a lot of middle class out of work and make the poor even poorer. And when you have that, when you have a middle class that's dissipating like that, you're going to have anger and you're going to have resentment, and The Republicans, they're not going to abandon Reaganomics, so they have to find another strategy. And it's what's their strategy is to find a scapegoat, and that scapegoat's always been black people and Latinos and Hispanics, and that's what this is really about. You know, it's like we have to. Everybody's angry because they don't have jobs and they're poor, so we can't shed the light. We can't point the finger toward Reaganomics, you know, because that's helping the 1%.
That would be
and they
admitting
pay
we were
us.
wrong.
That's our bosses
Right.
paying us to endorse that, you know, because it's working for them. So we have to find a scapegoat. So it's going to be the Latinos, and it's going to be the blacks. So until they change their position on Reaganomics, you're going to see more of this. They have no other choice but to scapegoat some group and point it. And like I said, and we have a long history of doing that as a country. We did it even not just with black people, we did it with Irish immigrants and everything like that.
Asians.
You know, you get it like, yeah, I mean, long history of doing that with immigrants. And so that's the only thing that shocks me is that in 2016 we haven't smartened up as a country and realized, hey, this is this same old game. We're still falling for the same old political tricks, and it is a testament to how broken our education system is that we don't have, you know, and nowadays, you know, more than ever, as I said in the beginning, when anybody can make a meme, anybody can make a website and pass it off as a news source or whatever. We need critical thinking to be taught way more than ever has been before. But instead, we're teaching people how to take tests, and it's frightening to me. You know, but I'm sorry, I'm talking a lot. But
you're good.
These are things like I get carpal tunnel trying to blog about on. So that's why I was actually looking forward to coming on this show, and I didn't mean to ramble on.
Don't
I
be
know we're
ridiculous.
Probably
That's
kind of running short of time, but yeah.
Or
so
are we on time?
I didn't
we
mean
got
to
about 8
turn this.
minutes
I
left
feel
on the
like
show.
I completely NPR'd this whole.
That's
you
no,
know?
and that's what we hope for. To be honest, you know.
Yeah, turn this into like a nerd.
This
you know?
is what we try to tell people. This show, even though we're artists, we want people to see beyond just the artists.
Yeah.
To see their passion.
Yeah.
To see their minds, to see their hearts, to see what.
That's why
else
we
they're
try to
doing.
keep very little performance actually happening in here.
Yeah.
We both individually provide. We both feel like we provide enough of a platform outside of chocolate milk and waffles for that. This is a different thing that we just happen to be artists doing. So when we have an artist like you who has such a broad spectrum of opinion on subject matter that we feel very passionately about, I say all that to say you've been the perfect guest. Don't apologize for nothing. You're freaking awesome, and I'm more than happy that I have you on the show. That we have.
Well,
you on
I
the show.
was.
Forgive me.
Anytime you know you called, and I will definitely come out here. It's been a blast to
We
to
appreciate
come on
you
this
being
show.
here.
And,
As always, the only problem is no matter how long we run, it always feels like it's too short. We went from an hour to 2 hours, and here we are, still at the end of the show. Like, damn it, we could probably continue this conversation. But I guess in a nutshell, with the seed being planted so deeply of how corrupt and jacked up the system really is, what do you think it's genuinely going to take to incite an actual change?
The good news is there is some hope, you know, and if you probably noticed in the past couple of weeks, the Department of Justice ruled that, you know, private prisons.
Right.
Yeah.
Bad idea.
That's
Bad
a
idea.
big step. That is such a big
some
step.
major
You know,
step.
they ended that. So that is, how does that relate to police brutality? Well, you know, the profiting of
Right.
imprisoning black people, you know, when the incentive to fine them goes down, you know, I can't help but hope that is going to help reduce some of this.
Problem is that we're seeing, forgive me for interrupting you, but we're seeing some of the people that are involved in this, what's in a sense is a form of human trafficking in a way.
Yeah.
Getting slaps on the wrists now.
Yeah.
Because they're going to trial, but they're getting away with it.
A
woman could admit, I intentionally doctored evidence to send black people to jail. Probably about 100 of them, maybe more, and
2,000.
she gets a slap on the wrist.
And
2,000 people.
2,000 people? She gets a slap on the wrist.
And just imagine if, like,
where's her jail time? Why ain't your life
and
being ruined?
she has like what 4 or 5 years max house arrest. But imagine that was just one person. So who else has been doing it? And who gave those orders?
And those types of things, I think that's deeply rooted in racism. You know, I mean, the way, you know, I mean, what we know is that black people serve 60% longer prison sentences for the same crimes that whites do. And so, you know, I'm sure people would try to argue that's all of them. There's got to be other reasons and everything like that. But, you know, it's not just that. It's the amount of times that, I mean, this is well documented. You know, I think Latinos and blacks are like 10 times, 11 times more for black people to be searched and seized. Actually, 11 times more for Hispanics and 10 times more for black people. Then, so there's lots of evidence and racism. One of the, and I know we're running out of time, I'll share a quick story that came out of the 757. For those of the people who say that this just does not exist, and especially in our area, in the 757 Bridging the Gap, we actually interviewed a police officer, and he was very candid with us. He gave an example of himself, of the way black people are policed in our community, where the venue's at the Park Place or whatever. He gave an example of about, I think he said it was about 10 years ago. I was trying to find the story online, but I couldn't. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything recent. But a police officer was shot in the Park Place area. I couldn't find the story online, but I have no reason to believe that he wouldn't lie about this. But anyway, he said a police officer was shot, and of course, because it was one of their own, the police was heavily emotionally invested in this. So what they did was they kind of dragnetted the Park Place area, and they made it so difficult for black people in that neighborhood that it was literally, people were reporting that they were being pulled over like 10 times, like in one. It was ridiculous or whatever, and they were doing that intentionally. And what it got to the point where black people would not even leave their homes in the Park Place area because they were just afraid of being harassed by the police. But then he ends the story by saying, but I don't know if he used the word it worked, but that's kind of what he was leading to. It worked because somebody just gave up the person who shot the police officer out of just being tired of being harassed and not being able to come out. And now I'm sure if you're racist, you think that the end justifies the means. This black guy shot, and they caught the guy or whatever. But no, I don't. I say no to that.
Right.
You don't get to terrorize an entire neighborhood. And if you think that that's okay because you caught, then we have a lot of work to do in this country. That's not America. That is tyranny. You're supporting tyranny to catch one person. You're giving up the ideals of what it means to be American. So I call bullshit on your conservative patriotism and your stance for anti-tyranny, because you obviously don't really mean that, or at least you only mean that for your anti-tyranny when it comes to white people and not with black people. Because although it's tragic that police officer got shot, we still are a world of laws and stuff like that. And so anyway, I'm rambling again, but there's so much to say about this topic. I'm sorry that
we're definitely gonna have to have you back on the show before too much longer, because this conversation could probably continue for a whole nother episode. But thank you again for being here, Chris.
Definitely.
Everybody, this has been Chris Fallon. We have been Chocolate Milk and Waffles. Justin, thank you for doing what you do with us every week.
Yeah, don't forget tomorrow night, Arts Out Loud, BioLaFusion.com.
Sunday night, Feature Sunday at the venue on 35th Street in Norfolk, Park Place's own.
That's right, and remember, we do what we do.
Because we includes you.
P.S.
Good night, everybody.
I'm slowly becoming her. The woman I love to hate. The one who deserves more but settles for less because in her mind she only deserves the crumbs you throw her way. The one who's willing to wait until you decide if she has earned a minute of your attention, because you have no intentions of sharing with her anything else but your bed. But only for a moment, so you said. So don't get carried away. She's constantly being reminded that she will never be his girl because that title already belongs to someone else. Yes, I'm becoming her. Dethroned and thirsty for more. I was once his queen, now I'm just one more. Trading vows of acknowledgments and fighting for the attention of a man who for her has no respect. On her knees, she's willing to take him in, to satisfy his every need, just to hear from his lips, "You're so good, baby." But she's only good to stroke his ego with her tongue, suck the life out of his bones, watch him tremble as he comes out of his senses, as the climatic spasms digress, She's hoping for his thankful caress, but she still doesn't understand that was all the loving she was going to get. Even in her soul, she now believes that that's all she deserves. And she sits and waits by the phone, waiting for his response to see if she has earned the right to the next encounter. But she's not a priority to him, and she will never be. He sees himself as a king, and she just keeps hoping for more. She will never be his queen, for she is now me, and I've become just his bedroom whore.
You are listening to
Fuck!
Pissed
God, that pisses me off. It's like, I want to see the cheerleaders. I don't care about Old Spice.
till midnight.
Dude, I'm super stoked. That's stoked and psyched if they had a kid together.
Winning the draft lottery is like seeing pictures of Hope Solo naked.
If the Eagles lose, it ruins my life until we win again.
Every Thursday from 10 till midnight.
Gene Steratore, I fucking hate you with a goddamn passion.
I am more fired up than Keith Richards with a wheelbarrow full of LSD.
This is Pissed Till Midnight.
This is Pistol Midnight. Two out-of-shape white dudes living in the burbs talking to you about sports and other random things for 2 hours. Thanks so much for joining us live from the WDMF studios here in Hampton, Virginia. RadioFradio.com and on the Radio Free Radio YouTube channel. However you're checking us out, whether it's a live simulcast on YouTube or on the Radio Free Radio app. Appreciate you. Also, you can check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/Radio Free Radio, facebook.com/pissed, P-I-S-T, till with 1L, midnight, spelled the regular way. Twitter at Real Piss Sports, P-I-S-T. And you can also check out the station on Twitter at No Radio Radio. Instagram, check out our sassy selfies at Radio Free Radio and at Real Pissed, P-I-S-T Sports as well. And also head over to patreon.com. $1 a month donation to the Radio Free Radio page gets you access to everything. Not only does that include every show that we've done since we've been here since the end of March, such as our porn star draft a few weeks ago and all the other shenanigans we've done, but it gets you access to everything from every show here at the station. So all for $1 a month. There's not a lot that's cheap nowadays. So take advantage of that while you can. It's just $1, people. It's a coffee on your way to work. You don't need those calories. Trust me, look at my waistline. So James Clark and myself here with you live in the studio.
Sup?
My guys tallying up some scores right now. If you listened last week, which you better have.
I'm kind of scared.
Am I doing well?
Yeah.
Here's the deal. For those who
God damn it, shit, this is
unfamiliar.
bad. I think you won.
I hope I'm going 1-1 in something I know nothing about. We're picking English Premier League predictions, which for those who don't know, I am so not a soccer guy. My guy is. It's not my thing. I pick teams based off of the fact that they have ham in their name, and I like food. I pick like your great grandmother fills out a bracket, basically.
Jesus,
and the loser of this week has to chug a Crystal Pepsi, so that's not a good time. That's a lot of. You're gonna feel. Whoever loses is gonna feel like a girl on her period right now. You're gonna be super bloated. So, my man's doing the math to see. Did I win? Did I win? Fuck! Yes! I know nothing about soccer. Those were all guesses.
Angie, you set the record for points total in a week.
How many?
You got 8.
Explain the point system to the people real quick.
All right, so for a perfect prediction, predicting the team and the score by which they win is 2 points. Picking the correct results, so picking the correct, whether it's a win for a certain team or a tie, is 1 point, and then incorrectly picking all of that is 0 points. And I'm running it down right now. God damn, you spanked me this week.
I am going to post a live video on the show Facebook page.
Dude,
as you did me last week.
Do the Instagram page and connect it to your Facebook page.
That's too much work.
Oh, don't be a bitch. Learn how to technology, Corey.
I'm not good at it.
So now I have to do a Hope Solo rant while I'm up chucking. Then again, she rants and up chucks at the same time herself.
Hey,
dumbass.
Nude solo
God.
selfies.
She's gonna get it later, and not in a good way.
Whoa.
Not in a good way.
Watch out, Hope.
But yeah, so do we want to run this down real quick? So,
run it down. So go ahead and just put off chugging the Crystal Pepsi.
I want to wait till the end of the show though.
Till it's room temperature. Are you sure?
Yeah, because if it's cold, it's just like a beer. It's gonna
go down a lot smoother though.
No, it's not.
You know how hot it gets in here, man.
Oh, fuck. I'll do it in a little bit.
Now that you don't want to do it cold, I kind of want to
do it just
Yep.
to piss.
I sat here the whole show last week looking like a big-ass squash in your referee uniform. So there's 2 weeks in a row we're leading the show with soccer bets.
You just called
Drink the
yourself
Crystal Pepsi, damn it.
All right. Hold on. Well,
all right, yeah, recap first.
So, Manchester United is my favorite team. And Corey correctly predicted that score of 2-0.
No big deal.
He also correctly predicted Chelsea over Watford 2-1, which almost didn't happen.
Really?
Yeah, because Watford was up 1-0 until like the 78th minute.
Well, see, Chelsea, they're
that team.
Yeah, what's the word I'm looking? They're that crew. That's what Chelsea
they're
is.
those guys.
Yep.
Where's my vape? There it is.
I picked
predicted Southampton, Manchester United to win 3-1, and then I predicted a 2-2 draw with Chelsea and Watford. So
Chelsea's feisty. That's what I was looking for. And just to give you some insight into how I pick these games, since I'm a football and hockey guy, and so not a El Football guy.
He likes ham.
Yeah, I picked Tottenham because they have ham in their name.
And no, they were playing Palace, so you went Palace.
That's right. Okay. Well, I picked West Ham last week, I think. I don't.
You also picked them this week.
Okay.
And got that correct.
Yes, the ham teams, man. Yeah, I can't pick against Crystal Palace. Those are my guys. I picked Chelsea because I went to school with a girl named Chelsea, and she was attractive. That's why I went. That's the rationale behind my picks.
He's that guy who picks based on. He's just like that girl that in your bracket pool.
That's what I said. Your great grandma, yeah.
Yeah, picks on pretty colors.
When it comes to soccer, now we get to football season.
Yeah,
a little different.
And I picked. See, here's the. I fucked up in a lot of places. I picked Swansea to beat Hull 2-0. The result was actually the other way around, and Corey picked Hull 4-2, so he got 1 point for that one.
I picked Hull because it's Brett Hull's last name, and he's a hockey player.
We both picked Man City to beat Stoke. He got the Chelsea result correct. I got the Palace versus Tottenham result correct. I picked West Brom and Everton to draw 1-1. Corey picked Everton to win 1-0. They won 2-1. I got the Leicester Arsenal tie correct, the draw. Neither of us got Sunderland versus Middlesbrough right.
Yeah, those are tough games.
Corey got the West Ham pick, and I did not. I picked a 1-1 draw, and he smartly picked West Ham.
Because who doesn't love a ham sandwich?
So, yeah, Corey ended up with 8 points. I ended up with 4. That's actually really good. That's like 4. I mean, because
that's a record, right? So far through 2 weeks.
Yeah, the most you can get is 20 points. So that's you hit 40% target. And you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 6 out of 10 at least correct.
Hey, if this were baseball, I'd be a Hall of Famer.
Dude, you did. You're doing pretty fucking well.
Thanks, pal.
Doing pretty fucking well. I'm proud of you.
Thanks, man.
I'd like to say that I had some influence, but I'm pretty fucking proud of you.
Well, no, you did, because I wouldn't even be talking soccer if we didn't do a show together. So yeah, I don't know who Stokes are. Stoke.
They're the Potters.
Yeah.
Kind of like
them.
Harry.
Hey, did I pick them? I didn't pick them. Did I?
That was the Man City match. So we both picked against Stoke
Good,
City.
because I fucking hate Harry Potter. So
really, really though.
Yeah, watch me not pick Stoke for the rest of the year because they're named the Potters. All right, so are we chugging this Crystal Pepsi?
I'll chug the Crystal Pepsi.
All right, so
Let me grab the trash can.
Let me get ready to narrate this.
I'll do an Instagram video too.
Okay.
That way. Jeff, do you want to help video for the Instagram? Oh shit, I'm shaking it up too. God damn it.
This is going to be great.
This is going to be pretty good.
This is bad. I feel really bad right now. If you're not listening, are you on Facebook?
I am.
Are you doing it live on yours or on the
on the show page?
On the show page. Awesome.
Here's the deal for those who are listening on the app and not on YouTube. I see the stress in my guy's face right now.
I know. I've seen videos of this and it's never good.
Nope. There's not a lot of lighting on you. Can we get the light on in here for like 2 minutes?
We should. I'll go turn it on.
All right, go ahead and turn it on. Like,
I get it.
He literally right now looks
sweaty.
You look like
He's
the
weak,
you
palms
look like
sweaty.
Yep. You
Mom's
look like
spaghetti.
the girl in I Spit on Your Grave, the original, when the group of guys came back to her cabin.
I just don't feel good about this right now because to give you guys kind of an insight.
Appreciate it, Jeff.
I got home today at around 5:30 ish, from doing just work stuff and taking care of manager stuff and blah 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 blah.
Things.
And I got home and I was super tired, so I went in bed and I was just gonna lay there for like 20 minutes. Next thing I know, it's 8:30 and this dude is texted me like 3 times, like, "Hey, fucker, wake up."
I text you once. Don't make me sound over possessive.
You love me, you know you do.
I do. I don't. I have a one text rule though with everybody.
I know. So I immediately flip the hell out.
Shit the bed.
God damn it! I've got to get up and I got to
maneuver
do stuff.
I got to wash my hands off.
I'm trying to make sure that this isn't linked to my business Instagram page, so that that's because
We'll
I
get
don't
it.
want to. I don't want to post a video on the business that I run.
Yeah, the at Real Piss Sports PIST on Instagrams where you can find the shenanigans.
Yeah. Okay. This is gonna just
So
go
you should
straight
follow
to
us.
timeline.
All right.
I'm not gonna put it on the show page. I'll just put it on the timeline, so we're good.
I got it on the show page.
All right.
On Facebook.
So then this is Real Pist's Instagram page. Let me swing over to video. All right. So we've got video going.
Yep.
And Jeff, it should just be
This
like
is
Snapchat. You just hold it
wildly
down.
disorganized.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, you just hold it down and take the video. So I will bequeath you this.
What do I hold down?
The little circle there.
I hold it down?
You hold it down.
I've never Snapchatted before.
Well, it's Instagram, not Snapchat.
I'm so excited.
It's
You just can't hide it. All right.
You know it, man.
I'm gonna.
All right, so there goes the crack of the Crystal Pepsi bottle as James, the soccer guy, lost week 2 of the EPL predictions.
Cheers, folks. You ready?
You better chug that like a sophomore in a cowboy hat.
We're doing it.
Open them jowls.
Oh, wow.
Right on, dude. There's even a little dribble on the chins. You're going to feel like you look like Jodie Foster in The Accused.
That fucking hurt.
Yeah, that didn't look like it felt good.
Damn.
You look like a random victim. How's
There are
that?
tears in my eyes right now.
Does it hurt you more physically or does it hurt you more like psychologically to know that you lost week 2 of an EPL bet to somebody who knows jack shit about soccer?
I'm still waiting to puke, so that kind of hurts more
All
right now.
That's why I'm keeping the video going. I'm hoping to catch the vomit.
You're hoping to. You're gonna put me puking online.
Yep. If it's gonna happen, I want it out there
I gotta, bro.
for the world.
You're a bro.
For the world.
Oh god. Oh shit.
There's the empty crystal Pepsi
Yeah.
bottle.
So
There's the proof.
I went through it.
He did.
And I went through it like a champ. So
did.
don't say I bitched out.
How does it taste?
That was about.
It was actually delicious.
Like a Pepsi.
No, it was more like Sprite.
More crystalline.
Yeah.
It's not bad, but that's not a drink made for chugging.
No, God, no, it's not.
Like to sip, it's enjoyable.
Yeah. Well, to sip, actually, I think I enjoyed the taste of it more chugging it than I did sipping it. However, the feeling is a lot worse.
Really? Well, yeah, I can imagine.
So I'm gonna keep this trash can here by me
Yep,
for a little while.
That needs to stay handy. So that's.
I'm gonna
that's
need
how
some
we-
Alka-Seltzer later.
That's how we pay off bets.
Yeah,
And,
we do it like real people who make real bets.
And here's the thing: as
God, that
this
hurt.
goes on, we've decided one of the objectives of this show is just humiliation and self-degradation. So if you've got any suggestions on any various bets that we make, hit us up on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, any of the outlets in which you can get a hold of us. Give us suggestions, please, because we're open to them.
Yeah.
The more humiliating, the more degrading, the better. Because what better way to go viral than do dumb shit?
I mean, it's hilarious.
So I'm proud of you, man.
I'm not.
You did well.
I know. Like I'm sitting here, I'm posting this to Instagram now, and I'm just like, my eyes are still tearing up. I've still got Crystal Pepsi juices in my goatee.
Juices,
because it's like mixed with spit, so it's all like
yeah,
sticky and gross. And
hey now,
oh,
yeah,
goddamn.
I could see the dribble coming down your chin.
Dude, it almost came up. Like, this was actually a very dangerous area to do that, because I almost spewed right back at Jeff like halfway through, and then I was like, nope. Be a real
Yeah.
sports show host.
You should move, Jeff. We don't need a producer. Don't get puked on, dude.
No, dude, it was gonna look like fucking Exorcist, just everywhere. Like, I was gonna go from here to there,
All right,
all
Linda.
over the place.
The good news is now you have a regular Pepsi that you can casually sip.
Like a Pepsi.
At your leisure. Pepsi. So now that we've done like 20 minutes of free advertising for Crystal Pepsi,
Yeah, right.
seriously, that damn drink needs to sponsor this station.
At this point, yeah, I'm gonna call it Pepsi tomorrow.
It's been like 3-week stretch where there's been nothing but Crystal Pepsi plugs here on RadioFradio.com. That's all it's been. WrestlePals.
Between
or Good
GMYD,
Morning You Drinks,
WrestlePals,
that's what-
hashtag
yeah.
WrestlePals, Popped, Pissed.
Us,
you
yeah.
know,
This is like 3 weeks. We've plugged it.
Yeah, right.
No, we're not making a dime.
Well, guess what?
Fuck you, Pepsi.
Guess what, Pepsi?
Yeah.
Dick bags.
I got a buddy who works for Coke. We're going to get them to promote us.
Unless.
Unless Crystal Pepsi comes with a paycheck first.
Ding, ding.
Yeah, my guy deserves something for that.
All
right.
You remember how, like, when you yak and you get the snot runs afterward? Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Like, I'm sweating.
So you're in recoup stage.
I am in. My body was not ready for that.
That's all right. We still got an hour and a half
I
left.
know. Is it really? Holy shit.
Yeah, it's literally been
How are we a half an hour into the show already?
because Crystal Pepsi.
Oh, my God.
And we haven't even got to all the soccer we're going to get to. So while we're at it, do you want to go in on your girl Hope?
Let me finish this Instagram post and talk some NFL.
Go ahead and do the gram, and I'll ramble incessantly about the NFL.
Talk some NFL.
Joey
Bosa or
that guy, man,
Josh Norman, because we don't really have a show lineup this week. We're winging it. So if you got suggestions, call in 757-848-5920, 5920, the Tiddly 20, because it spells Tiddly if you spell it out. That's the joke. But yeah, if you have something that you want to talk about when it comes to sports, when it comes to the NFL, when it comes to Hope Solo being a giant twat, if it comes to college football, we're doing college football next week. That's when our preview stuff is.
College football in heaps next week.
Yeah, because that's when it kicks off next week. So we want to save it all up for that, like a huge load.
Hey, now, that
you've
means
been
two
waiting
things.
for. No, it doesn't. I literally meant it in one way.
A huge load that drips off your chin like a Crystal Pepsi dribble.
I hate you. It was the same color, too.
It totally
And
was.
the same. God damn it.
Yep.
Corey just made me swallow
Yep.
on live radio and video.
I did.
What a
I did.
dick.
That would have gone really well with our porn star draft.
It actually,
I had somebody request that we do a volume 2 of that.
A volume 2?
And I was like, you know what? I had enough remaining on my big board. We could do
Same,
it.
yeah.
We could do it.
Same. Hashtag Crystal, hashtag Pepsi. Actually, I'm going to go hashtag bets first. Not Bert's, bets. But what do you got? What do you got at NFL? Go on something. Talk about something.
I got you. I can ramble.
Because there's so much. Did you see the Patriots center that got in a fight with the Bears last week? He has now been shipped to the Redskins.
To the Skins for a 7th rounder.
Yeah, what's up with that?
And also, the Pats got one of my favorite names in sports, Barkevious Mingo from the Browns in exchange for a 5th rounder. Now, Barkevious Kiki Mingo is a guy that the Browns took 5th overall. It may have been 6th.
2013.
And I believe 2012 or 2013.
2013, I looked it up.
And you just flipped him for a 5th rounder.
Yep. To the Patriots.
Because you're Cleveland. And he'll go to New England and he'll make something happen.
And he'll do well.
Yep.
That's just...
Because karma. Because
Well, because the Patriots, I don't know what it is, but they can literally, Bill Belichick could take guys off the street and make them good.
Yeah.
He could take you and I and turn us into awesome offensive linemen.
Hey, what's up? I played center in high school.
I played punter.
So, I mean, you just...
But then again, I had racist coaches who wouldn't let the white boy play, and I was better than our starting quarterback, and I could have played linebacker. So I'm still a little salty about that.
I never had the speed for linebacker. They put me at defensive end one game because our guys were hurt. And
how'd that go?
Not great.
Really? Did you get tossed around like a fucking rag doll?
No, dude. I've always been bulky as hell. I'm not super quick, and I don't have length.
So you'd be better at nose.
That's what I was. I was a center on offense, and I was a D-tackle on defense. I was great at D-tackle. Put me on the outside, I'm not as effective.
See, I was 220 in high school.
Because I'm not fast. See, when I was playing, I was like about 200, 210. But I've never been quick.
See, that was like short bursts. That's my game. Because when I was playing soccer, I was never a sprinter. I always lasted on the field because I spent more time hanging around and being smart than I did chasing after the ball.
Right.
I was never that guy that you want running, sideline to sideline.
Yeah, no.
Goalpost to goalpost
Screw
to defend.
angle pursuits.
I was the target guy who play the ball to him. He plays it out to somebody else, and you make things happen. Or I played goalkeeper most of my high school career. So
yeah,
I could sprints and short bursts. I was great, but when it came to like actual long distance running and being a midfielder, I was fucked. So football, like I would have been a great defensive end.
I was
again coaches. I
loved playing center because whenever anyone on the team would try and mouth off, I'd be like, "Dude, I touch the ball every play. What's up?"
You were that guy.
Yeah, like even the quarterback doesn't get to say that. Because sometimes we're off. No, Keith and I, we were in lockstep. But I preferred playing offense as opposed to defense because like center calls out everything for the offensive line, obviously protections, things of that nature. And I've always been more of a fan of the strategic side of the game. That's why I actually liked coaching better than I liked playing. But when I coached, I was a defensive coach. I loved coaching defense. So send everybody.
Yeah, right.
Jim Johnson, what's up?
Send the
R.I.P.
Send the house.
Yeah, including the corners and safeties because it's 12-year-olds, and what are they going to do? So I didn't prepare them too much for high school.
You don't have to.
But
you're just going to blitz every down and go get the quarterback.
Yeah, exactly.
It's that simple.
Yep, put him down.
Go tackle the guy.
No, I don't. Now there's rumors Joey Bosa may miss time.
He may do next year's draft.
He's an idiot, dude.
See, here's the thing: is the more that I read up on it, because I follow a couple of groups that actually have guys who analyze shit, like legitimately analyze. Apparently, oh god, we get a caller. Hello, caller.
757-848-5920 is the number, by the way, here at the studio.
As Jeff is answering the phone.
So, yeah, we'll get to Bosa in a minute because. I get both sides, but I think there's one side is the organization that you've got to adhere to. They drafted you. They're giving you an opportunity. Shut up and deal with it. It's pay structure stuff. So
yeah.
Who
we got on the line? Who we got?
It's Chris in Portsmouth.
Hey, what's going on, Chris?
This one's for James. He just tried that delicious Pepsi.
Yeah. Gee, thanks, buddy.
What was your impression of Romo last week, even though he only played, I think, the first one or two series?
Obviously a little bit of rust coming back. But then again, decent stat line, 4-5 for like 79 yards. Or maybe less than that. It might have been 49. But, still, it gets him reps. It gets him reps with the first team. Gets him going a little bit. I don't really have an impression. I want, if I can see a fuller body of work, obviously that we'll get here in week 3 coming up. Actually, my boys.
That's tonight.
My boys
How do you think Zeke fares against the Seahawks defense tonight?
Interesting. Depending on if the boys' line can push them around a little bit versus.
It's your guys' line. You should be able to, dude.
Should be able to. I don't know what Seattle's doing on defense. I'm still posting this Instagram shit. But
hashtags take a while.
Yeah, I think we'll be all right. it's at this point it's making sure that he stays upright, making sure that he doesn't take any ridiculousness, making sure that we keep him together, and then get out of week 3, go into week 4, let the position battles play themselves out, and then obviously on to week 1. I'm starting to jump on the Dak train.
I was just going to say, why do we care about Romo? You got Dak.
Dude, man.
No, we have to pause and remember Philly has no line because they're all suspended. Love you, Corey.
Yeah, thanks, pal.
Good reminders there. But yeah, I'm grabbing, the rail car post. I'm about to jump on the Dak train as far as he's our quarterback for the future. I am never going to jump on the train to say Tony Romo out, Dak Prescott in, because there's too much money left in Tony Romo's contract, and Tony Romo still needs a Super Bowl or 2.
2 preseason games though, you're in?
I'm
you getting the number 4 jersey on order?
Like I said, I am grabbing the rail post and I'm getting ready to jump on the Dak train as quarterback of the future. He's looked the best out of the 2 weeks in preseason out of any other quarterback that went in the draft. He's solid. He's accurate. He's had a couple of bad throws. He's had a couple of bad spots, but any quarterback does.
Yeah.
He's looked sharp. He's looked well. I'm excited for what he could potentially do as our quarterback going forward.
Yeah, and I think the next week's punishment for the soccer prediction should be a hockey sweater.
I mean, maybe we'll see how hot it is.
That's what we were gonna do if I had actually won the first week.
Yeah.
James
so
would have
glad
had to
I
wear
didn't
a
have to do
Flyer
that.
sweater of my choice. Probably would have gone Hextall. I don't know. Have to give that some thought. But it's super hot, and I like my stuff in nice shape. So I'm kind of up in the air in terms of how much I want him to get sweated in. So we'd have to bring in like 9 fans.
Right.
Well, let's get back to NFL. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, appreciate the call, bud.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, so Bosa. I understand the structure and everything. I get it. And you can say on the flip side, hey, San Diego, why are you holding it up over being this, over something like this? But again, they've done this with everyone they've picked since the new CBA.
Yeah, but at the same time, there's like, there's 2 different sides of what Bosa wants. There's the paying up front with the money he's owed, and then being able to get his full salary from San Diego if they cut him before his first contract is out. San Diego is not willing to do either of them, and he's asking for at least one or the other, if not both. And San Diego does not want to even meet him in the middle, much less agree to all his terms. And the state of the Chargers right now, with them potentially moving, with them having such a shitty organization right now, they're going to finish probably last in the AFC West.
Yeah, and they're going to need, if there's any shot of them staying in San Diego, they need a new stadium because Qualcomm's a wreck.
And then with Bosa, it's like, hey, this is our this is the 3rd overall pick of the draft, and we can't even secure him. We can't even, get him together. So if that's the case, if you can't solidify your guys that you're taking, there's a problem in the locker room.
There is, but there's also, it goes back to, I will always defer to entitled, pampered, empowered, small town white college guy. This is the pros now. This is big boy football. This isn't Columbus. You're a professional.
Fucking Christ.
We must have bad news on the boys. What's up? What do we got?
Well, the headline says Tony Romo exits Cowboys preseason game with apparent back injury.
Ready to grab the rails on that Dak train, pal?
I might have to.
With both hands?
Jesus Christ.
Back's part of his injury history too.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm going to open up the story.
Do your homework. So, and this could be huge. This could be huge because, again, this is
like Donald Trump's penis.
And I'd be, hey now,
huge.
His ego's bigger. But
true.
I'd be curious to see, what time did that game start? What was it, 8 o'clock? What was
Yeah,
it? Was it 8 o'clock game? Okay. So, well, I mean, I guess I'd be curious to see how long they kept him in there. I know it's third preseason game, which is obviously where he plays starters the longest. But this could be big. Dak, man, week 1. Giants Sunday night.
I feel like I want to puke again.
Yeah, maybe we should have waited for that Pepsi.
Where's my
The Pepsi plunge. Wrestling reference.
What is this, the polar plunge? The
I
Special
always kind of
Olympics?
wanted to do that.
I did that in 7th grade.
I've always wanted
It
to
was
do
cold.
it. Yep.
Very cold.
I wish they'd do that in the summer. If they did it in the summer, I'd
Well,
do it.
that's not the idea, you moron.
That's when they should do it, because everyone's hot as shit. Who wants to jump in freezing water in the wintertime?
Crazy people.
Yeah.
If you don't know what the polar plunge is here in Hampton Roads area, it is the event of the winter, where in February everybody goes and jumps in the Atlantic Ocean for Special Olympics.
Yep, it's a fundraiser thing.
Yeah, fundraiser thing. You get sponsored, and you tell people, "Hey, sponsor me for this polar plunge run." A lot of people dress up. They put on costumes. They paint themselves. Do all kinds of crazy stuff. FM 99, which is our local rock station, a couple other stations, they do stuff for the polar plunge. They sponsor the event. They do. Usually, the Rock Girl does the polar plunge. So when you win the Rock Girl contest, you sign up to go jump in the water, and you
It's
can join her team.
Every year, there's more and more people I know that join the Rock Girl contest. It's kind of creepy.
Well,
Like
kinda.
people I went to high school with.
Yeah, right.
And it's kind
What
of
is
cool in a
Kikatan
way.
just like a fucking churn out for?
There's a lot, dude. There's a lot. There's one that graduated with me that made it to the top 30, and I was like, oh, okay. I see you, girl. She grew up a lot. Not name dropping here, but
right? Yeah, you are.
Nope. If you win the Rock Girl Challenge and you plug the hell out of the show, I'll drop your name.
Absolutely.
So,
but then again, you got to do FM 99 shit. So
Yeah,
this is
whatever.
obviously this is a video, so I'm gonna have to wait for it to load a bit more
Okay.
before we watch this.
I'm curious to know how bad it is. Hopefully they show the injury itself. I'm assuming they will.
Yeah, right. God damn it.
There's always one injury every preseason. There's always one.
Always.
So,
Any other NFL stuff? Because I have a whole bunch of stuff saved in my shit.
Bosa. There's college stuff. Notre Dame.
Oh, Roberto Aguayo.
What did he do now?
He got booed after missing 3 out of 6 kicks at a live practice.
He's been a wreck, and it.
Yeah, he apparently is seeking counseling.
He should. Don't take a kicker in the second round.
Well,
Tampa.
It's one of those things. Is they had Connor Barth for a while.
Yeah.
He was good.
Nothing wrong with him.
And then he went and got doinked in the head.
Yeah.
Or was that?
No, that was Sturgis.
That was Sturgis. I didn't mind the pick because obviously special teams is becoming a different kind of game. You need a kicker who can hit.
Yes.
And Aguayo was the most on-point kicker in college history.
Right.
So, and looking at, you've got a second-year starting quarterback in Jameis Winston. You've got a young offense. You've got potential for either lots of touchdowns or lots of stalled drives that stall out in the 20 at the 30. Going kicker wasn't necessarily a bad idea because your kicker is your highest point scorer during the season if you're doing it right.
Right.
So going kicker in the second round wasn't a bad idea in on paper.
Not only did they take him in the second round,
They traded up for him,
like
though.
14 picks. That's a lot for a kicker. I get it. It's not as bad as when the Jags took a punter in the third a while back. Remember that
Yeah.
Brian Anger? I don't even think he's in the league anymore. Is he
Yeah.
still their punter?
I probably not. I don't know.
I'm not really up on Jags punters.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to the Jaguars much.
I know Scobie was their kicker last I know. I know that much. And they have kick-ass uniforms.
All right, here's the picture.
All right, what do we got? Oh, that doesn't look good. That looks like a sight we've seen before. Romo's laying on his side.
Yep.
With his arm behind his back, almost like a wrestler that just got backdropped.
Yep, he's crying.
So he's not. Another thing I hate about Romo is those stupid wristbands he wears.
I mean,
I
have
don't
you
know.
seen your quarterback?
I don't know why they bother me. What, Wentz and his Optimus Prime shit?
No, your fucking baggy sleeves Bradford.
I don't
bitch.
want to talk about him. I'm trying to put talking about him off for another couple weeks to where I have to and rant epically on that piece of shit. I thought you were talking about Carson Wentz and his Gronk half sleeves.
No.
I don't know why Romo's wristbands get on my nerves. It looks to me, he reminds me of the kid who, like, I don't know if you had one in the neighborhood who, like, would come out to play football in the street and he'd be like, oh, hang on. He'd run in the house and he'd go get wristbands and, like, a glove and shit.
Yeah.
That's what that reminds me of.
Because he needed to be styling and
yeah.
wilding and
Like, yeah, we.
And then he drops every pass you throw at him.
Yeah, like, why are you putting on gloves in a game of street ball?
It's not
It's
going to do
May.
you any good, right?
Yeah.
I get you.
You're not even practicing now. It's just conditioning.
Yeah.
Settle down, buddy.
Nah, man, it's this is
The severity
sad
of
news.
this is needs to be a priority.
Yeah. I'm trying to find out. This internet is killing me right now.
Yeah. Wi-Fi spotty here in the studio.
Well,
which,
that's-
by the way, is if you donate $1 a month to the Patreon, you get access to everything. We get upgrades and equipment and everything. We get better Wi-Fi, so my guy can use quicker connection to find out how crippled his quarterback is.
Speaking of hilarious quarterbacks,
Yep.
did you see where Jared Goff is now on the depth chart?
Last.
Third, which is last.
Apparently, he's not looking too good on Hard Knocks either.
Nope.
Apparently, he looks stupid.
He can't. He apparently has never. This is from my buddy Chris. He's a Redskin fan. He's watching Hard Knocks, and he was saying that apparently Goff has never called plays. Because apparently at Cal they had a different type of offense that he didn't need to actually call plays.
You just wing it like we are. We don't have a rundown right now.
Yeah, so apparently this douche is learning how to actually football on the fly.
Yeah.
At
Well,
the same time as being the number 1 overall pick. And he's looking as almost as big of a draft bust as Ryan Leaf right now.
Yeah, it's a mess. So thanks to LA and Mr. Mediocre at best, Jeff Fisher, for taking Goff. So we could have
Good
the ginger
jobs.
hashtag Wenselvania.
Is that even a thing?
I don't know, but I'm turning it into a thing. I'm getting shirts made, dude.
Hashtag Wenselvania.
Wenselvania. Yep. And when that shit goes viral, I want my face all over the place. Not my face. That wouldn't do anything.
No, because it's
Show logo.
Wenselvania, not O'Neillovania.
Nope, it's not. Although there is a bar, O'Neill's, in South Philly.
That is so dumb. Speaking of South Philly, it's 10:45.
It is. It is. We got a wrong number that was given out, so we got to get the right one.
Oh, really?
Yep. So
Well, where's Justin?
it's all good. It's all good. Whenever he gets back, we'll work it out.
Justin, get in here. Because that was supposed to be a thing tonight.
Yeah.
It's all right, Mike.
No.
We'll get to you here in a second.
Yeah, we'll get you the right number. Should we do while we've got time? Because we've got about enough time to bang this out before we take a potty break.
Uh-huh.
You want to do top 5 fantasy running backs?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Because, running backs.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of wish we'd have saved them for last as opposed to quarterback. We'll do kickers last.
Kickers?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
What's up, Stephen Hauschka?
What's up, Dan Bailey?
Oh, God, here we go. It had to be a Cowboys kicker.
Ha!
That's
Dude.
right. You guys even
Hello.
have- you guys-
Highest kicking percentage in NFL history.
Here we go.
Hello.
Here we go.
And the best O-line.
Here we go.
And
I
we
know.
got Elliott. And we got
I know, the best
we got
running back ever who's
Dez.
never played.
We got a injured quarterback.
Yep.
God damn it.
He looks like Ric Flair in the late WCW days.
Woo!
Laying on the ground at Quest Field.
Yeah.
Or Century Link, whatever the hell they call where Seattle plays now.
Don't remind me.
I don't know. They were, did you hear the White Sox side note on stadium names? I know it's not NFL. We'll get to the running backs in a minute. Are renaming their field for the next 13 years to Guaranteed Rate Field. Yeah, I guess it's a thing for, hey, low prices. And U.S. Cellular Field is, I guess their U.S. Cellular's contract is run up with the White Sox or whatever. I was reading that. Guaranteed rate field.
That's almost as bad as Veterans United Home Loans Amphitheater here in Virginia Beach.
I hate that name, dude.
It's the stupidest. Like State Farm Bureau Live was bad.
That was terrible, but it's not as bad as the Veteran Home Loans Amphitheater. Just Virginia,
Veterans United
but
Home Loans Amphitheater.
Just call it the damn amphitheater. I miss when everything had like meaningful. Like you don't have a lot of Lambeau Fields anymore. Wrigley Field, Soldier Field,
Fenway Park,
yeah,
Yankee Stadium.
Not a lot of that anymore, and it's a bummer.
Yeah, everything's got to be fucking sponsored because these sports teams need ways to pay their fucking players.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, there's that. I thought that was interesting.
That's dumb.
It's
What's up with the
god-awful.
White Sox? They've been making so many bad PR decisions lately. They had the KKK night.
Yeah,
Jeff almost spit out his beer on that one.
Yeah, that was a thing without them knowing it was a thing.
What to fill you in, Jeff? Because Jeff's looking at me like, "The fuck are you talking about?" To fill you in, they had a poncho giveaway, and because it was a rain game, and all of the ponchos were white, and it turned out to be a rainy game. And when they put the ponchos on, there's a picture up on the RFR site where everybody looks like a Klan member. It's bad. Like the ponchos were pointed at the top and everything. It was like, really? They did not do a smart thing with that. So yeah, the White Sox have been making really bad PR moves lately.
It's not good.
And this is just another one.
Drop in the bucket.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, it's the White Sox though. Can you? The White Sox can't figure out whether they want to suck or be good. And it's like, come on, guys, really?
That's because they're the lesser of they're the least popular Sox.
Oh no, the Black Sox aren't hanging around anymore.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So.
Yeah, that was a whole other story.
You're taking it way back.
Well, I mean, dude, actually, honestly, if you look back, the Negro League has a ton of awesome history because they had a ton of great players. And then it was just like the whole history of the league and the whole, all of the things that happened during that time period, during that era. It's actually a really, really cool piece of sports history. So, I mean, and I don't mean to hard left turn into running backs, but we're going to hard left turn into running backs.
I was going to say.
Because you guys are just like not, you're not following up with that.
Also really important is our top 5 fantasy running backs. No, I don't, admittedly and regrettably, I don't know a ton about Negro Leagues.
Dude, it was great.
I don't know a lot about it.
I mean, it was obviously in an era of segregation, but, it brought out some of the best baseball talent. I mean, we're talking about, Jackie Robinson and the like. It's just all right. That's where they grew up, and that's where they came from.
Yeah, it's just so sad to think there was a time when there was like white leagues and black leagues.
Oh yeah, duh.
Well, I know, obviously it existed. It's just like, I mean, really?
It's like really, come on,
really, yeah.
But America is fucked up.
Yep.
It's that whole make America great again. When was America ever great? There's never been a real time period in our history where we were actually great. Yes, we've done awesome things and individuals and groups have done great stuff. However, America never has been truly great because if you look at, time period, we've had a civil war based on slavery and money. We've had, multiple world wars where we've had to kick ass and take names, but then we turned around and, blown up countries and committed terrible acts of, humanity against.
As Hillary Clinton says, America is great because America is good.
Right. And then, if we're looking here domestically, the 50s were a time period of domestic violence and alcoholism.
Dude, the 60s, Martin Luther King, JFK, Vietnam.
All of those things. And then the 70s, you had Watergate. You had all of the different...
Nixon. Here's the thing,
the drug
people.
pushes.
America's not always the good guys.
Nope.
There's a newsflash.
The American people are great. The America... There's a reason people want us to die. Because we do dumb shit when it comes to overseas. When we, Nicaragua, Panama, Venezuela, Bolivia, Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Libya, Sudan.
Here's an idea. Mind our own business.
You know, Andrew Jackson had it right. We should, isolationism is the best policy.
Yeah, it is. I'm not going on knocking on my neighbor's door to see what they're having for dinner.
I'll say, if
don't
they come
care.
to me, hey, my house is on fire, sure, okay.
Yeah,
I'll
help you
throw
out.
you a bucket or I'll give you a hose.
Yeah.
Communi-
Just don't bring that
community.
shit over to my house.
Exactly.
Keep your fire over there.
But, I digress. I don't know how we went from Negro Leagues to
I say we-
Benghazi.
yeah.
Transition.
That was really
I say
good.
we just finish off the hour with
Running backs.
with American Weirds. Well, could we cram running backs in?
Yeah, we can. We got 8 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Who goes first? I think you go first.
All right. We're doing 1 to 5 again, right? Because
Yeah,
that
yeah.
seems to become a thing.
You
All
writing
right.
this down?
I'll write both of them down. Yeah.
All right. Here's the pen.
Here, let me see yours.
What
All right.
pen?
So I'll put my initials there, and then
This guy.
I will do yours.
Okay.
All right. Number 1 is my guy, Todd Gurley.
Yep. Todd Gurley
He's,
was always going to be your guy.
Yep, that's my dude. If he's on the board in any draft that I'm in the first round, I'm taking him, unless I get the first pick.
Yeah. There's a couple here on the board. I mean, you have to go with a classic, Adrian Peterson.
That's you going with it 1?
Yeah, I'm going with Adrian Peterson. AP all day.
All right. I've got AP at 2.
Okay.
Because I don't, it's funny because you hear I believe he's 31 now, and you hear, 30 is when running backs slow down, which traditionally is true, but AP is not the traditional running back.
No, he's
ridiculous. He's the best running back I have ever seen. In my lifetime. I'm not including Earl Campbell.
What about Emmett? No, we're not including early 90s?
Yeah, I'd take him over Barry Sanders. I'd
Emmitt
take him
Smith?
over Emmett. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Really?
Absolutely. And it's not just because I'm an Eagles fan. Emmitt Smith's remarkable. As a football player, he's one of the best of all time. AP's a bruiser.
Okay.
AP will run through you.
I can see it.
He's a machine.
I can see it.
Emmett and Barry Sanders, they did more of
they're shifty.
the juking and jiving. Right, which is great. You
Yeah,
get
'cause-
more longevity out of that because you take less hits.
Because we didn't get the Bo Jacksons.
Right.
We didn't get the Earl Campbells. We didn't get the Jim Browns. We didn't get the...
Walter Payton.
Yeah, we didn't get those guys.
Nope.
So Smith and Sanders are kind of who we have. And Terrell Davis. Or Terrell Davis.
Yeah.
However you say his name.
Yeah. I mean, they were all great. I just, for my money and our lifetime, AP is the best.
What about Jamal Lewis? How do you feel about him?
Jamal Lewis is good.
Who farted?
His...
I smell something like pukey or farty.
It's probably your
Bad.
Crystal Pepsi reverb.
Probably. My breath.
Yeah. the seeking out of your pores, your aura is now Crystal Pepsi. Dickerson was great.
That was the one I was forgetting.
I
Dickerson.
remember a talent. I born in '88. I missed his run in L.A. But
yeah.
with the Rams. But I remember him with the Colts, the Falcons, and everything. I mean, Dickerson was great. I'd go AP for the best in our lifetime.
Okay.
But I got him at 2. Who you got?
At 2, I'm gonna go Gurley.
All right.
So we swap 1 and 2.
We swap 1 and 2s. All right. 3. I hate this guy because he scored 4 touchdowns on us on a Sunday night game last year. The lovely lady who's in my life, Red, had him, as I affectionately call her, picked him up on the waivers last year, and I happened to be playing her that week.
Ooh.
David Johnson at 3 for Arizona.
Cardinals. Yep.
And the thing is, he was a rookie last year. He came on the first few weeks. He didn't I think he had like 11 or 12 carries because that was back, when they had picked up CJ2K, who remember when he was awesome for like 20 minutes?
Yep.
And he was a starter, and that was still when they were hanging on to. Remember when Andre Ellington was supposed to be awesome?
Yeah.
They had Ellington, they had Johnson, and then
then they
Chris
had David
Johnson,
Johnson.
and then there was David Johnson, exactly. But Chris Johnson, I believe, got hurt. Andre Ellington just ended up being a mess. And there you had David Johnson, who was their friggin' workhorse, and that's exactly what he was last year. So he's been elevated to first-round status.
Yeah.
I got him at number 3.
Okay. For me, it's going to be Jamal Charles.
Okay.
even with the 2 ACL tears. He's just, there's a reason that he's up towards the top every fucking year, even with his injuries. It's because of the fact that he's that fucking good.
I like Jamal Charles, and that's if he could stay healthy, you're
Yes.
looking at an MVP candidate.
You're every fucking year.
Yeah, you're
looking at a Hall of
is
Famer
healthy.
every year.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's still remarkable. He's still a guy. If you can get him in the second, he's on the board, and you're looking for. He's as strong a number 2 running back as you'll get, and he's as good a number 1 as you'll get.
Yep.
So Jamal Charles is a good call. 4, I've got a guy who I had last year, but thanks to Miami underutilizing the hell out of him. But he's in a new place now where he'll probably get used the way he should. I'm going Lamar Miller at 4.
Meh.
I've always been high on him. He just never got used by Miami. Putting him here at 4 could burn me like it did one year when I took him.
Yep.
But I took him 3rd round last year, and it kind of paid off on some weeks. Some weeks it was a mess. You never know what you're going to get, at least when he was in Miami. He has never had – every year in the league he's had under 200 carries. If you think about that, it's astonishing.
That's
so
good.
he's remarkably fresh. He's young. He's 26.
For a running back, yeah.
Exactly. So he's got fresh legs.
He could do things in the next couple of years.
Houston's a team that ran the hell out of the ball with Arian Foster. They got Brock Osweiler back there. He's still relatively new, so you're going to need a guy in the backfield. Give me Lamar Miller at 4.
Okay. I'm going to go with Senor Suspended for number 4 for me. Mr. Can't Stay Off the Weed, Le'Veon Bell.
All right.
Even with the 4-game suspension, he's still going to rank in the top 10, if not the top 5 for running backs here in this year. So
that's a good call. I left him off my list because of the suspension and because he's also hurt a lot.
Yeah.
And a lot of that's because Cincinnati just happens to hate him.
Yeah, but if you're playing in a PPR league,
Yeah, which I hate.
I mean, here's the thing: if Roethlisberger doesn't find Brown, he dumps it off to Brown.
Right.
Or dumps it off to Bell. So
he's going to get his looks, absolutely, and you can't go wrong with Le'Veon Bell. You could put him up there with AP and Gurley.
Yep.
In terms of the best running back in the league.
Yeah. Who you got 5?
Close out my top 5. I got Devontae Freeman for Atlanta.
Oh.
He burst onto the scene last year. I've come down on Matt Ryan. I love Julio Jones, but with Roddy White leaving, and he's been nothing the last 2 years anyway. That's all you've got on that offense is Julio Jones, and he's great, but you're going to need a weapon out of the backfield. So Devontae Freeman's going to get a ton of looks. He was super hot early on last year, kind of tailed off at the end.
He tailed off a lot.
Yeah, I'm rolling the dice. I'm going with him at 5, although I was debating between him, Jamal Charles, and Le'Veon, and I deferred to him just because availability.
Okay.
And he won't smoke a ton of weed, and if he does, he won't get caught, and he's doesn't have an extensive injury history. So that's why I went Devontae Freeman at 5.
Shout out to Black Adam Schefter on this one. Tony Romo's body is made from used Derrick Rose ligaments. Corey almost spewed on that one.
That's the greatest thing I've heard in a while.
That's good. For me, number 5, obviously Doug Martin kind of chimes in here. David Johnson chimes in here. Let me scroll through. LaShawn McCoy's got a shot in Buffalo. Ezekiel Elliott, obviously, a lot of people are high on him. Jeremy Hill for Cincy, a lot of people are high on him.
I flirted with him.
And I'm just running through the list. C.J. Anderson with the Broncos. He's going to get a big workload this year. Matt Forte with the Jets. He's going to be interesting. I'm trying to see. Mark Ingram, a lot of people are high on him with the Saints this year.
I've never really been a buyer on him.
Well,
I like him.
He's going high. Latavius Murray with the Raiders. He's going to see a lot. DeMarco Murray with the Titans. He's going to see a lot. There's a lot of good, solid running backs this year. I think we might break the record this year for 1,000-yard rushers.
Could.
I wouldn't be surprised to see 15 or 16 guys break 1,000.
It's just tough with the nature of the league now being so pass happy.
Yes.
It's possible, though, for sure. There's a ton of talent.
But my guy for 5, I'm going to jump on this train. I know you're going to laugh at me. I'm going Eddie Lacy.
Okay.
Because he looks better. You know, a lot of people are hesitant because he looked good in preseason last season, and then he was obviously a huge bust.
Yep.
But I think this year with him coming back, stronger, coming back healthier, I think he is going to be worth the pickup. I've picked him up already in a couple leagues that I've been in. I'm happy with him. So I'm also watching this If you head over to Instagram, at Real Pissed Sports, spelled P-I-S-T, there's the video of me chugging this Crystal Pepsi. I did a damn good job with that.
Yeah, you wrecked it, dude.
I did a damn good job with that.
Now the only thing that's left is for you to put on your booty shorts and get on the stage and karaoke "Don't Stop Believing."
Don't stop believing. I would.
You should. Maybe we will after the break.
Because I got a pee-pee.
Yep, Lucy hour.
Piggy gotta go pee-pee.
You never know what's coming. We might get weird and sing some Journey songs. Who knows? It also might be drunk story time.
Wheel in the sky
We'll see.
keeps on turning.
Ironically, that was a song I was thinking of. Probably because it's one of the less sucky ones. That's one of the less sucky ones. Who am I kidding? I love Journey. I've seen them 4 times live.
Same here.
They're awesome, dude. So anyway, yeah, stay tuned. We're going to take a break for about 5, shake the kinks out, all that good stuff. And we will be back for hour 2, which, if you're a regular, that's when things tend to get a little weird. So you don't want to miss it. Stay tuned for second hour of Pistol Midnight on our station, radiofradio.com. What's going on, everybody? Hour 2, Loosey Goosey Hour, live from the WDMF studios in here in Hampton, Virginia. Pistol Midnight on RadioFradio.com. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much. YouTube simulcast on the Radio Free Radio YouTube channel if you're accessing us that way, or if it's on the Radio Free Radio app for Apple or Android, however you choose to access us. Thank you for tuning in. $1 a month. Patreon.com/Radio Free Radio gets you access to everything here at the station. All of our shows, all of the other shows, previous shows, everything that we've done here at the station, you get it all for $1 a month. You can't beat it with a stick.
Woo!
Facebook.com/Pistol Midnight, PIST, till with 1L, midnight spelled the regular way, and Facebook.com/Radio Free Radio. You can follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Real Pissed, PIST Sports for both. Twitter page for the station is at No Radio Radio and at Radio Free Radio on Instagram. Hour 2. Got a few minutes before we get into some stuff. We got Mike Klein from PhillyTheSouth.com joining us here in a few because Eagles. In the meantime, let's ask James some soccer shit because why not? Because he kind of got his ego bruised a little bit in the first hour.
No
so
shit, man.
Before I get into my fun, I'll let my guy have his fun.
I just went back and watched the video with Justin in the house. Ow.
Yep.
Like the pain on my face. Like if you didn't see it live or if you haven't seen it yet, go watch the video on Instagram at Real Piss Sports, PIST, or go watch it on Facebook. Cause god damn, like I took it like a champ.
You did.
Like, I'm going to brag a little bit on myself. I took that like a champ, but fuck, that hurt.
I'm going to brag on myself for setting a record about something I know nothing about.
You did, man. I am so proud of you in the best way a friend could be proud of a friend.
You're like a proud papa?
A proud brother. Proud brother.
All right.
Do we want to do week 3? Week 3 schedule? Make our picks?
You want to do that post-guest? Because that'll probably take a minute or two.
Well, I wanted to, we can do that, and then after post guest, I can do Hope solo and.
Okay, all right, we can do EPL now.
Yeah, that way, because hashtag Ask James Soccer shit. 757-848-5920, the Tiddly 20. So hit us up here at the studio. Give us your predictions. I want to hear your shit. Mike is dialing in 1 minute.
Yep.
Well, then we'll
go ahead and get the games written down.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. And I'll go with the Sharpie. The Sharpie just dripped everywhere.
So yeah, we're gonna get to our week 3 EPL predictions here in a moment, momentarily. Also, my guys got some Hope solo stuff to get off the chest.
Cause this bitch.
Yep. Cause Hope, and also later in the show, obviously weekly draft.
You can also call in to let us know what we should do as a bet.
Yeah.
For next week.
Exactly. Next week 3 EPL predictions. And it needs to be more worse than the Crystal Pepsi. Every week it's got to get slightly more
I don't know if we can get more worse.
Oh, we can get worse.
I mean I'm not eating dog shit, but damn.
No, not I don't want anyone to get Hep C.
Yeah. Don't eat a tropical smoothie.
Yeah. Hey, let's just dump on a chain of restaurants on the airwaves.
Why not?
Now that's out on YouTube.
Sorry, Justin. We're getting pinged for that.
Yeah. But really, get it together with your bananas.
No, it's strawberries from Egypt.
That's right. That's what it was. She was
from
telling me
fucking Egypt.
Who would get Egyptian strawberries anyway? When we have strawberries here that are perfectly fine. You ever heard of? Why don't you go to Whole Foods?
That's where they get them from.
Is it really?
Probably.
That's the people that spend $1 million on strawberries and they all get Hep C. Good. That's what you get. Go to Food Line like regular people.
Dumbasses.
Yeah, they have perfectly fine produce. So.
All right.
We've got James is working on the EPL week 3 predictions right now. Not the predictions, but he's writing them down. So that's what we're going to build off of for that. And again, 757-848-5920 is where you can hit us up for suggestions for humiliating bets. Again, James had to chug a Crystal Pepsi, so let's up the ante this week. Let's go.
James on the line. Sweet.
All right, James, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from P-Town.
From P-Town. P-Town represent.
What up, buddy?
Hey, it's your tomorrow right now. Oh, it's everything.
I don't know what's going on right now.
Drunk karaoke. How many Long Islands have you had?
7.
Oh, was it? History lesson. Thanks, man.
There we go.
All right.
So what you got for us, buddy? Hello, person?
Chris, what you got?
I think they hung up, so we can just hang up on them.
All right, that's cool. Dial tones live on the air. So
awkward.
If you want to sing karaoke, we just ask that you A, sing to where we can understand what you're singing, and B, restrict it only to 80s hair metal bands.
True.
Because I hadn't. Dude, was it? Yeah. See, I couldn't understand what the hell he was saying. What song?
Van Halen, man. That
What
was,
song?
It was when they had Sammy Hagar.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Van Hagar.
Yeah.
Van
It was
Hagar.
in the Crystal Pepsi commercial way back in the day.
Now
Okay.
I need to know what song this is. I love Van Halen.
It's all right. Well, thank you, person
Yeah.
James, I guess, for the
Yeah.
call. Please don't do that again because that's kind of douchey.
Yeah.
P-Town, what's up?
Yeah, P-Town, represent. I'm from P-Town. God
yeah.
damn it.
Keep it classy, Portsmouth. No, it was. I enjoyed it for what it was. For what it was.
It was just weird.
Yeah.
Like, it was weirder than we get on the show, and we get weird.
Be more drunk next time. That's all I ask.
Seriously.
You broke my trust, James.
Yeah. You could probably still get behind the wheel and go somewhere safely. So I need you to
get it together.
Yeah. Run into a parked car next time. That's the level we want you at before you call in.
Parked car, not a running car. 'cause
Parked
that
car,
means people
yeah.
are in it.
Yeah, that means lives are at stake, and we don't endorse that.
All right. We got anything going on, Jeff? Is somebody calling in?
All
'Cause
right.
that should be happening.
In
Mike?
the meantime, we're waiting on confirming the number.
All right, there it goes.
So
there's a thing. What did he say?
let's make sure it's the right one.
We're working on it, Mike. We're coming.
All right. So you've got all three of the all the week 3 EPL predictions down, right?
Yeah, I've got all the I've got all the matches
All right.
down.
All right, awesome. We will get to that momentarily. Plus Hope solo references.
Let me get Justin in here too, because I think.
Yeah, I think we got a. Speaking of awesome bands, Led Zeppelin. I think we got a communication breakdown.
I think so as well.
So.
Paul.
All right. What's up, Paul? Where are you calling from?
Paul, what's going on?
From Charlottesville.
Charlottesville. What's up, Paul?
Right now, hey!
Hey!
Right now, come on!
Everything.
That made more sense.
I just sang. That's a first. Thanks, Paul.
Corey sang on the
Now
air.
I know the song.
Thanks, Sammy Hagar.
Thank you, yes, for not being completely hammered, although we do encourage drinking before you call in. But I can understand Paul's version better. So thanks, Paul, in Charlottesville.
I think he's gone.
Someone else call in and 757-848-5920. Van Halen karaoke attempts. Let's get those going.
Because it's loosey goosey hour. So
Yep.
why the fuck not?
Yeah, somebody give us a David Lee Roth one though. Instead of all, yeah. I would jump up like him, but I've got cut off jeans, and that would end really bad.
Seriously.
I don't have elastic pants.
All right. I just messaged Justin. He's not. Oh, there he is. We're trying to figure out this guy. Like, he's calling the number, but nothing's happening. So I don't know what you guys need to do.
Yeah.
So
Joseph, you
we'll
could
let the
write it-
producers figure out what's
Yeah.
going on. So let's do predictions while we're here. All right. Corey, Watford versus Arsenal is our first one up. Watford lost a heartbreaker to Chelsea last week. Arsenal drew with Leicester City. So
I think Arsenal drawn with Leicester City is going to wake them up. I think they beat Watford 2-1.
2-1. All right, I'm gonna follow suit. I'm going 2-0
All right.
Arsenal. Next we got Chelsea versus Burnley. Burnley last week they shocked Liverpool with a 2-0 win at Anfield, which is Liverpool's home stadium. They were one of the teams that came up from the championship last year. So,
Okay.
and ignore the ringtones while we're waiting on Mike Klein to pick up here. So
I don't really buy into the Burnley hype. I like Chelsea because of the girl. So I'm going Chelsea 1-0.
1-0. Okay. And I think we have Mike. Are you there? Anybody? There's a connection, but
All right.
there is a call.
No
there it
dice
is.
so far.
All right. I'm going to ignore Justin because
All right.
he's waving at me. I'm going to go 3-1 Chelsea.
Okay.
I think I think Conte's men deal with Burnley a lot better. They're going to learn from Jurgen Klopp's mistake. Spell that one, by the way. Jurgen Klopp.
K-L-O-P. P. 2 P's.
It's 2 P's.
Yep.
I'm going Chelsea 3-1 over Burnley.
All right.
Now, next one. Your boys, Crystal Palace versus Bournemouth.
Crystal Palace represent Fly, Eagles, Fly. I'm going Crystal Palace, my squad, over Bournemouth. Give me 3-1.
3-1. All right. I'm going with a 1-1 draw.
All right,
So there's
right
our
on.
first. There's our first big split.
All right.
Everton Stoke.
Everton.
The Toffees versus the Potters.
The Toffees.
Toffees. Yes, Everton is the Toffees. So, do you have a prediction, sir?
Give me Everton.
Okay.
Give me Everton 2-0.
That's solid. I'm going to go 1-0 Everton. Do you guys see what's happening? Now I've chugged a Crystal Pepsi, and now I'm following Corey's picks.
Yeah, you
because
need to-
I'm not the local soccer guy. Leicester Swansea.
Give me Swansea. Nope, I'm going 1-1 draw here.
1-1 draw.
Yep.
I'm gonna go Leicester spanks them 4-0. I'm gonna go with this is the breakout game for Leicester, and they finally start their title defense now. Southampton Sunderland.
Okay, Southampton Sunderland. I'm going Sunderland. I'll go 2-1 there.
2-1 Sunderland.
That feels like a 2-1 game to me.
I'm going the opposite direction. I'm going 2-1 Southampton.
All right, fair enough.
All right, Hull versus Man United. Both of these teams have won their first 2 games, obviously, but Manchester United is the stronger team.
Give me Man United. They're the brass, but I think it's going to be tight. Give me 3-2.
Okay,
I like Hull though.
I'm going a 2-2 draw here.
All right,
that's my 2-2. West Brom Middlesbrough.
What's West Brom look like? All right, what about Middlesbrough?
Slightly less.
Okay. I think West Brom gets it together. Give me them 1-0.
Okay, I'm going a 0-0 draw.
All right, that sounds fair.
So both teams are going to be at the bottom of the table come the end of the year. But
yeah, I don't feel good
Middlesbrough's
about them.
doing a little bit better than they should, but it's early. So
But they're still-
the first 5 weeks of the EPL season. You always have a couple of teams that are doing a lot better than they should in the
The
table.
Cinderellas.
Yeah, but Cinderella doesn't last long.
Nope, they don't.
Manchester City versus West Ham.
This is a tough one because I've heard anything with Manchester in the name.
You know better, but
I've heard of them, but West Ham has ham in the name.
Uh-huh.
Mike Klein, I'm unavailable. Leave me your name.
I'm going.
Technical difficulty.
Give
here in the
me
studio.
yeah, give me Manchester City. I already have a 3-2. And see this, I'm an idiot. I pick my scores based off of previous scores.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I understand.
Give me Man City. I'll go 3-2 here.
3-2.
Yeah.
I'm going 3-1 City. So.
All right.
Not a bad idea. Tottenham versus Liverpool.
See, this is tough because Tottenham has ham in the name, and I've heard of Liverpool. They're a powerhouse, are they not?
Generally, they used to be. Now they're kind of meh.
They're not great. What about Tottenham?
They finished third in the league last year, but they're also. I mean, these are 2 good squads.
Okay.
You know, it's a solid.
Who won more recently?
Okay.
All right. So we'll get back to that. We'll get back to the EPL Week 3 predictions here in a moment with our last one. In the meantime, we've got Mike Klein from PhillyoftheSouth.com on the line with us. Mike, how you doing?
All right, guys, what's going on?
Good. Appreciate you being on with us. Sorry about the difficulties we were having on our end. So thanks for sticking with us, man. Appreciate you being on.
That's what happens when you have too many Dallas Cowboy fans working the phones, I guess.
God damn, already working it.
That's why I wanted to bring you on. That's my co-host James Clark, the Cowboy fan. So if you don't mind giving him the backstory real quick on your dogs.
Yeah. I had a moment of unreason a few years ago. I had to take a job in Dallas, believe it or not. So we moved out there, and my wife obviously didn't know anybody. So I told her if she picked out the breed, I said, I get to pick the names. So I said, just make sure you get 2 of them. So she brought us home 2 golden retrievers, and their God-given names are Dallas and Sucks.
That I like the one named Dallas, not so much the one named Sucks.
That's my favorite.
They don't care, man. Today you're Dallas and you're Sucks. They don't care. They wag their tail either way. The cat's name is next year, and he's a little confused by the whole thing, but it's working out, man.
Sucks is my favorite of the 2. That's the one I would pet first. If you would, Mike, if you would just give us the backstory, man, on how you guys got going down there. Because, again, this is a place that I told you when we had spoke. As an Eagles fan, I had heard of you guys in Eagles circles before we had even spoke. So I was fired up to be able to get you on, man. So if you don't mind just kind of giving us the backstory on what you guys got going on down there.
Yeah, never a problem. This will be our 22nd season. We have about 1,400 members nationwide now, with emails. But in the Tampa area, we have about 400. So we get several hundred a weekend at a rather large sports bar here in Tampa called Buckets, and we basically pack them in, and it's a great time. And I never thought 22 years ago when I took a buddy of mine who lived down the street, like I was telling, I can't remember if I was talking to you today or somebody else about it, but back in '95, sports bars were kind of in their infancy, and there was no such thing as the package, and it was on satellite, and if you lived outside of your local area, you'd be lucky if your team was on 3 times, on nationally televised games.
Right.
And we decided that that wasn't good enough, and we had heard that this place down the street was, showing satellite games, and so we went down there, and so we, it was like, 4 Eagle fans in the place, and 1 Buccaneer fan, and a couple of cowpokes out back.
Well, I don't even want to know what they were doing out back.
Yeah, well, I don't stay too close to them, so I can't really tell you what the heck they were doing back there. But so we asked the guy, if it was okay, and if we, came back next week, and he did. And I started collecting business cards because we just bumped into a few more Eagle fans, and by the end of the first year, we had about 17 or 20 people that were showing up, pretty much every week. And so we just kept growing it, and it just kind of took on a life of its own. And we've had to move a couple of times because we outgrow the places that we originally were at. They can't handle it, and so we finally found a place that was big enough for us. And so it's just now, it's we have a board of directors, and we're trademarked, and we have ex-players come in, and this year we'll have. I'd like to thank my hands for being so great. Freddie Mitchell is going to be there, and
awesome.
Then we've had Fred Barnett and Ron Jaworski and Andre Waters, and the list goes on and on and on. And it's just it's like church with beer, man. And
that's the best kind.
Yeah, I mean I haven't lived in Philly in 30 years, but when people know you're a Bird fan, man, I mean, it's like all bets are off, and they all stick together, and we band together, win, lose, or draw. And
absolutely.
So it's quite a happening.
Absolutely. And again, you guys do have certainly a far-reaching reputation. As you said, you guys have grown, and I've heard of you guys previously, which is awesome. So, what as you said, Fred Barnett, Andre Waters, you guys are having Freddie Mitchell up there. There is a particular Eagles legend you and I had spoke about, though. If you don't mind, I was really intrigued by the Jerome Brown story that you guys had told me the one day you and I had spoken. So if you don't mind just kind of delving into that on the air, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Jerome Brown was from Brooksville, which is like 2 counties up from Tampa. It's not that far of a drive, maybe an hour. And so we had always heard about, he has a gymnasium kind of complex up there, like a youth center, I guess. And, Brooksville's a relatively small place, so, Jerome Brown's like legend up there. And a couple of our members had gone up there and actually met some of his family. And it came to find out that the crash site was in, serious disarray. And so the club and a few members in the club had gone up there and cleaned up the site and made it a little bit more presentable. And we got them, they got to know the family pretty well, and we ended up inviting them down, the entire Brown clan, which was, 20 or 30 people, down to Buckets, and we had a Jerome Brown day, and it was really nice. I mean, his mother was there, and his sister, and
right.
A lot of close friends, and he was extremely well thought of by a lot of people, as you probably know.
Yeah.
And the University of Miami even sent like an autographed helmet up from the UM, and with a bunch of player signatures on it, and everything got donated back to the Jerome Brown Foundation. I think we gave them about $1,500, of capital.
Cool.
And,
right.
We actually had Sean Young, the Ultimate Eagle fan, actually came down from Philly for the event. So he was there.
Real quick, Mike.
Good PR, but it was very heartfelt, and it was a great day, and we do things like that. Our objection, our primary function is, like I tell everybody all the time, I'm just trying to break even. I don't care if we lose money, but we're raffling off flat screen TVs where other clubs are giving away coloring books, and we try to make it as impactful for the fans as we can. And
right.
A lot of people put a lot of extra time and energy and money out of their own pocket, and I can attest to that. But it's love the team, and
mm-hmm.
I've worked for CBS Sports when I first got out of college for about 5 years. I traveled around the NFL, working sideline photography, and I know everybody says, "Oh, our fans are the best," but the Eagle fans, man, I mean, people can say what they want, but they are loyal to the core, and it's very infectious. And I wouldn't trade the last 22 years in for anything, even though I've never made a dime on anybody. I'm just trying, because people, man, they come in, they cry because they find us. It's like, or they go, "Oh my God, I can't believe this." And they think there's going to be 20 people there, and there's like 200.
Right.
And, when you got 200 people standing up singing the Philadelphia Eagles fight song in the middle of Tampa, Florida, makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. So.
Absolutely.
I can imagine.
But the Cowboy fans wouldn't know that because they don't have a fight song. So.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Real quick, Mike, because I'm an ignorant Cowboys fan and I know nothing. Just to give a kind of a real quick insight, who was Jerome Brown for you guys? That's kind of where I'm at right now. Who was Jerome Brown?
Really? Well,
really?
He was really. He was an All-American at the University of Miami, and then got drafted by Buddy Ryan, and he played next to Reggie White, and
okay.
He was I think he only played 4 or 5 years before he got killed. But,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was. He played, Clyde Simmons, Reggie White, Seth Joyner, all those guys. So he was quite, as University of Miami players have a tendency to shoot their mouths off a little bit, but most of the time he backed it up, man. Except for when they got their ass kicked by Penn State in the Fiesta Bowl. $4,000.
Yep, the camo game. Yeah, he would have been like an Aaron Donald back in the day, or a Gerald McCoy had he lived to play his full career.
Okay.
He was kind of like Warren Sapp, but a little quicker.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So, his famous quote was, and I guess maybe the Cowboy fans are too young to know this, but we were playing the Houston Oilers in Houston one year on Monday night, and they were, Warren Moon and all those guys, and they were all talking about the House of Pain, that's what they used to call it. And after the game, Jerome was like, they brought the house, we brought the pain, and we beat them like, 17-3 in their own house.
Yeah.
So they were supposed to whoop us, but more hot air from the state of Texas, but it's all good.
Right. Real quick, Mike, just to bring it full circle to present day, man. I got one more question for you, Mike. Obviously, with it being Doug Peterson's first year, 2 preseason games, it is what it is. I said it last week here. I'd rather have 2 meaningless wins than 2 meaningless losses, but you can't really take a ton from it. What are your realistic expectations for the Birds this year in Peterson's first year?
I kind of feel a little upbeat, as I do every year. I always think we're going to go 19-0-0, but this year we're instituting the AK-47 assault rifle defense, so everybody in the 500 level gets an assault rifle. Nobody crosses the 50. It's a beautiful thing. But I think the Eagles are going to do a little bit better than most people think they're going to be. They've got some good players. It's still going to take a couple of years to get over the hiccup that was Mr. Chips Ahoy.
Yep, public enemy number 1.
Yeah, but I'm kind of, the thing that I like about him is with the Peterson pick is it's a stability thing. He's off the Andy Reid tree, and you can say what you want, but I remember when Andy Reid got hired and everybody's like, "On quarterback coach? Are you kidding me?" From Green Bay.
Yep.
And you can say what you want, but he still won 100-plus games, and it was a pretty good ride with him. So I think you're going to see a lot more of, that type of offense from Peterson. And, it's always an injury thing, and I don't know. I mean, I've been watching football for a long time, man. Preseason to me, it's kind of just an excuse to drink beer because you really don't. They're not showing anything.
It's foreplay. That's what it is, yeah.
I think we have a solid running game. If some of our receivers could learn to catch the ball in a more consistent manner, we should be okay. And we'll see what happens. So.
Amen. Well, it's at least we've got football back, which is better than life without it. So, and again, as you said, we've got Chip set us back, but at least the pieces he brought in are moved out of town, which means not only that he's out, but we can start moving on from him to bigger and better things. So. Yeah. Doug Peterson.
As long as Jerry Jones, runs the Cowboys, they'll be in their perpetual mud hole forever. So,
amen.
This guy.
Amen.
Actually, I'm gonna flip that around, and I'm gonna ask you, Mike. Obviously, it's fun to bust on each other's teams because Cowboys-Eagles rivalry. But where do you see us doing anything this year? Like Corey and I have a bet whether or not the Cowboys are going to make the playoffs. What do you see as a realistic tale of the tape for the Cowboys this season?
I don't know. I mean, I like one player on the Cowboys, Tony Romo. I kind of call him my personal ATM machine.
Okay.
As long as we can keep Tony, upright, I think you guys, I don't know, maybe, 5 to 6 wins, maybe 7 tops.
Wow, really?
Yeah, but the NFC East is so much different than it used to be. It's not, the dominant division in football anymore. And
right.
There's probably only going to be one team that's going to get in out of the East, and then that might be somebody with 10 wins. But I don't know. It's hard to say. Dallas. I honestly, couldn't name one person on their defense. I mean, so I think they may have some serious problems. But you know, I lived there for 3 years, and I was under the cloud of Jerry Jones, and you know, it's just they have serious management issues like the Tampa Bay Bucks, and they can't address them because Jerry's never going to, you know, relinquish control until he dies, and I don't think that team will ever be anywhere near the playoffs as long as he's running the show, man. I mean, I'm still laughing from the year when he pulled the second pick out of the car before they handed it in, and he took the greatness that was Quincy Carter out of Georgia. It was so dumb they had to write the plays on his shoes. So,
right.
You know, but you know, I mean, an owner has no place doing that, and Jerry thinks that he understands football, and he doesn't.
No.
And he needs to let other people, not with the last name of Jones, run the organization. And that's kind of what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers down here in Tampa-Delphia are learning.
With the Roonies.
You know, they continuously shoot themselves in the foot. So
yeah.
Right.
But you know, best of luck to you. Not. But you know, I mean,
yeah.
As long as we whoop your ass twice every year, I don't really care, man.
There you go. Did you see that Tony Romo went down a few plays into the preseason game tonight?
Oh, really? No.
Yeah, I pulled up the video. It's actually, as a Cowboy fan, it is very disheartening because it was a very, and Corey, I'll let you watch it here because it's gross.
So this is good news for us, Mike. Obviously.
It was very disheartening. He scrambled to his left, and one of their, I guess, D linemen caught up with him, and he went to slide, and just the way the lineman caught him, his cleat dug into the turf. And he went off the field holding his back. Now, you know, a lot of people have told me that Dak Prescott is, you know, going to be the guy. If Tony Romo keeps getting hurt, then yes, obviously Dak is going to be our guy. And we're going to have to deal with it for at least 1 or 2 years. Now, he's looked really good, and apparently I got a couple of people texting me about it. You know, he's looked good in his third game against the Seahawks, but If Tony Romo's our quarterback, I expect playoffs. I expect at least the NFC Championship game. But if Dak is our quarterback, I don't.
You know how many playoff wins Romo has in his career?
2. I don't. But see, that's
Did
the
your
thing.
parents drop you on your head as a small child? Is that why you're a Cowboy fan?
I actually was dropped on my head as an infant, so yes. Not even kidding. Shout out, Mom.
Corey told me to bust on your nuts, man. So
Yep. I'm just sitting back with the popcorn enjoying this.
I'll go for all right, Michael Jackson. Shut the hell up. You know, but it's hard. It's I know obviously being an Eagles fan is a lot harder because y'all don't win anything.
Here we go.
But you know, being
are you going to give me that how many Super Bowl bullshit?
no, I'm not, because that's my shtick for Corey. Because Corey wants to try and play on your NFL championships.
You know what the answer to that, don't you?
You have 3 NFL titles. Woo.
Exactly. All they did was change their name in 1964. So obviously, if you think that the Lombardi Trophy, by changing the name of the game from championship to Super Bowl, which was done by Tex Stram, because back in the day, it was Rose Bowl, Orange Bowl, Cotton Bowl, all that kind of stuff. So
it was all the good stuff,
Super Bowl. So, yeah, I get that crap all the time from these Buck fans down here. So I'd say, well, you know, we have underwear older than you guys have been in the league, and obviously in 1964, and it didn't. I mean, all the Bear championships and the Brown championships and the Lion championship, and that doesn't count for anything. So yeah, you got 5, but we have 3. So you know, you got to give it to us, man.
All right, well, I'll give it to you because I don't think you're going to budge. However, Corey, I'm going to bust his nuts every chance I get. So, what do you kind of see as the division goes? Do you see anybody? Who do you see winning?
Like
the NFC East this year.
I think like a dark horse team, you know, is I think Oakland is, you know, could surprise some people
in the NFC East.
In the NFC East,
yeah.
It's hard to say. I think at the start of the season, I think everybody has a fresh start. The Eagles' schedule lays out pretty well.
Okay.
I could see the Birds winning 10 games and winning the division. The Giants spent a pile of money and built a dream team too, and we all know how that worked out for us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and so it's I don't know, preseason, man. It's just a crapshoot. It's hard to say. I mean, after I'm a betting guy, and normally I wait a couple of weeks before I start putting some chunk change down. But I do pretty well during the regular season. But it's kind of hard to tell until those first couple of games, and you get some stats to look at, and you can see some other games and figure out who's got what where. But
yeah. And that's what I had said. I'm waiting till about week 6 to hold off judgment to see how the Peterson era, my
Big Black Cox is doing.
How everything's gonna go under the Doug Peterson era. So we're gonna get out of here, Mike. We got something we're gonna go ahead and get to finish out. But thanks a ton for your time, Mike. I really appreciate you coming through for us. And look forward to talking to you, and excited to see what the Birds do this year. So we'll be catching up for sure here soon, man. I appreciate it, Mike.
Well, if you're ever in the neighborhood, man, PhillyoftheSouth.com. Come on down, hang out.
Oh, I definitely plan on getting down there and hopefully doing some cross promoting with you guys. I'd love to do a show down there with you guys so you can terrorize my guy in person.
Yeah, and let all.
Bring with you because if you go to the website, we have rental shirts there that are game day hand stitched. They say rental on the back, so Cowboy fan will have to wear one of those, or he'll get mugged in the bathroom.
Oh, he will.
I'm all right with getting mugged. Just make sure to let him know where we're from. Let him know about Pistol Midnight, and that way Corey can at least get some of your audience, and they can all shit on me and when they call in.
Okay, man, it's your funeral. We can make that happen.
I'm all right with this. I'm down for some scrapping in the bathroom.
I'm bringing the kegger. I'm bringing the keg. So.
Take it easy, man.
All right, appreciate your time, Mike. Go Birds. Thanks again, bud.
Go Birds. See you.
All right, so that was Mike Klein from PhillyToSouth.com. Thanks for your time, Mike. Appreciate you being with us. So
awesome.
We've got some EPL Week 3 to wrap up, and then we got a cartoon draft to do. Who we got for the
and I'm going to get on Hope, too, real quick after this.
Yep, we got to do Hope.
So hashtag Ask James Soccer Shit still live, 757-848-5920. If you still want to call in, ask me a soccer question.
Yep.
But we'll do this last pick. I'll kick it over to Justin and Corey, see if they got any questions for me, and then I'll Hope solo rant, and then we'll draft some cartoons.
All right. Tottenham and Liverpool
Yep.
is what we got going on. I'm going Tottenham because they have ham in their name.
Okay.
And I like ham sandwiches sometimes. Give me them. I'm going 2-1 Tottenham.
2-1 Tottenham. I'm swapping that up. I'm going 2-1 Liverpool.
All right.
All right.
Fair enough.
So that's that. Do you have any soccer questions for me?
I do not, but I want to ask Justin, bet-wise, James had to chug the Crystal Pepsi. Do you have any suggestions for next week's loser? It's got to be slightly more humiliating than the Crystal Pepsi. We got to up the ante every week.
It does.
We got to get to this.
He looked like he was in pain. He took it like a champ, though.
I was in pain.
He did, yeah.
I
He
was
did
in
awesome.
A lot of pain.
I think that's gonna do it no matter what soda you don't blame that on Crystal Pepsi.
I'm blaming it on Crystal
is a
Pepsi.
saint.
They need to. I'm drinking a Pepsi right now. You fuck.
Yeah. Crystal Pepsi is a saint, but I think any soda would have done that to you.
True. Any carbonated drink.
Yeah. So you're looking for humiliating stuff. It's got to be above chugging the Crystal Pepsi.
But nothing too out there so
Yeah.
that we can up it the week after.
Right.
Eat like 50 mini donuts or something.
Oh, God.
50 is probably too much.
Yeah. Time frame there.
Yeah.
We gotta do
in 10 minutes.
We're gonna
over
be
the course of the 2 hours.
We're gonna be spending.
Yeah.
We're gonna be spending
Holy
so
shit.
much money on these bets.
Are we doing 50?
You could probably make it like a lower.
No,
I was just thinking 50 is a round number.
Yeah.
25 in like 10 minutes or 5 minutes or something.
Or maybe one of the hours.
Over the something over the course of the hour.
Yeah.
Over the course of the hour,
Like,
50 mini donuts.
How many an hour one?
50.
That's a lot.
That's death,
That's a
dude.
donut a minute.
A donut a minute. It's going to be a one-man show for someone for the first hour.
I told you, num 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 num
Yep.
num.
That'll be a wreck.
So I mean, if you cut that in half, that's
25 and a half an hour to start the
well,
show.
no, you could still do 25 in an hour.
That's nothing.
Is it?
Dude, do you know how many mini donuts I can crush? Are we talking? Hold on.
2 dozen in 10
Are
minutes.
we talking Munchkins from Dunkin' Donuts,
No.
like donut holes? Or
No,
are we talking
Tasty
like
Cake mini
Tasty
donuts.
Cake
Yeah,
mini
like
donuts?
Yeah, but those are rich.
Those are
They're-
rich
yeah.
and dense, and they hurt.
2 dozen in 15 minutes.
That's 4 packs of those.
2 dozen in 15 minutes.
They sell the bags of them too.
That's what I was thinking.
know.
2 dozen of those, yeah.
All
in
right.
15 minutes.
In 15 minutes. I'm down with that.
All right.
All right.
I'm not eating dinner next week.
I'm not eating shit.
All right, go ahead and write that down. 2 dozen donuts in 15 minutes.
2 dozen mini donuts, 15 minutes.
I'm going to need to tell Matt that I'm going to need his bathroom next week. Because I'm not winning 2 weeks in a row.
Oh, no, you are not.
Nope.
Oh, this is going to hurt.
Yep. I'm paying for the... Karmically, I'm so paying for the pleasure I got.
These Instagram videos are going to be great.
Yeah.
Actually, we should Facebook Live that one.
Oh, we will.
Yeah, because we
Just-
Facebook Live, we Instagram.
Hashtag live gluttony.
Oh my God, we should do the 7 deadly sins.
Hashtag glutton pals.
Oh, yeah.
We're not the pissed guys anymore. We're the glutton pals.
Yep. Oh.
That was great.
All right, so...
All right, so...
The step up from that, to, this is by the end of the year, someone's going to die.
This is going to be so bad.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're going to have spent so much money on
This
doing
is
this
no
show.
shit.
Justin's like, I'm not sponsoring this. Can we get like free tickets or something?
We need
what?
Station promotions? I don't know.
We just, in the meantime, we need a lined trash can for next week. If we, yeah.
I brought the trash can
If
over.
we can get
for
that,
the-
we're good.
Oh, just in case.
yeah. Oh yeah. I almost spewed on Jeff halfway through.
I bet, dude.
Like this way.
That's what like if you look up Crystal Pepsi on YouTube right now, like that's what's happening. People are trying to chug it and puking. And yeah.
We
and
gotta.
So I'm a boss.
We gotta get this viral then.
I'm a
What's
boss.
up?
They're accrediting it to Crystal Pepsi. And Crystal Pepsi is a damn saint. Get off its back.
Lay off Crystal Pepsi, people. It's on you. It's
feel
a
like-
you problem.
I feel like Justin's cutting another hashtag WrestlePals promo.
That's why I said
here.
Crystal Pepsi should friggin' sponsor the station.
Yep.
Right?
In all seriousness,
We should
they've
write
gotten
to
so
them,
many
or
plugs from
call
all
them.
the shows.
Let's call Pepsi.
I'm in. Let's do it. Let's
Yeah.
group write them.
They won't, but
Why not? Why wouldn't
It
they?
wouldn't hurt.
What happens when you don't ask?
Oh, I'm with you. We're gonna ask.
Then let's fucking do it. Let's
do
go to
it.
Pepsi and go do it.
I
Let's
think we
set a
should make
day
a video.
Yep. Let's
of
do
us
it.
all chugging.
Maybe not that.
Don't
'cause
be a
there will
bitch.
be-
Don't be
there
a
will be
bitch.
some pukes.
Yeah.
If we do that.
One person should not chug so that they can talk while everyone else is puking.
Oh my! I think
Yeah.
I should be the one talking because I didn't yak.
Well, the thing is, I drink my Crystal Pepsi in slow mo, so. 'Cause you
So I
have
think
to.
Justin's going to be talking then.
Hey,
Yeah,
it's
with
your
Van Hagar in the
tomorrow.
background.
I'm taking half your man card for that. Just there.
What?
Yeah, that was awkward.
Oh, I don't have
I-
a man card anyway.
Yeah,
so.
you're married
Yeah.
with children. Go stick your hand in the top of your pants somewhere and watch TV.
We still love you.
Damn, Al Bundy.
All right.
All right, we
let's
got our
go,
predictions. We got our bet.
Yep.
Let's
Give me
get
a-
the cartoons, and then I'll do Hope Solo for last call.
All right, let's do it.
Hey, phrasing.
that means
that
7
does
things.
mean, yep, a lot of stuff rolled into one big,
I'm so stoked to do Hope Solo for last
one
call.
big inappropriate ball. All right, you picked first last week, right?
You act like I remember this shit.
Yeah, you did because
What did I go?
you went waffle crisp first.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So all right, that
losing
means
my-
I go
I'm
first
losing my
this
shades.
week. Cartoons.
Cartoons, bro. Do you want that or the?
I got the pen handy.
All
Obviously,
right.
it
The
takes
Sharpie
up-
shows up better.
It does, but it takes up less space with my girly, aggressive, huge handwriting.
What a douche.
All right, number one pick.
Cartoons.
It makes me giggle. I love it. Stewie's the best. I'm going Family Guy.
That's not a cartoon.
Is it not?
I thought we were going like kids cartoons.
All right, let's do kids cartoons. Okay.
Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon,
All right,
Disney
let's do that.
Channel.
All right, if we're going that route, along the same lines, but not really. My parents used to always ask me when the show was on.
Yep.
And I never quite understood why until my balls dropped, and then I started to love it. Ren and Stimpy.
Ren and Stimpy, yep.
That's my top pick.
That's it. That's it right there, buddy. I think our list is going to be very different because I was more of a Cartoon Network kid growing up. And a lot of my lot of my friends were Nick guys. So your list is going to be completely you're going to have all the good stuff, but I'm going to have all the good stuff as well.
Well, Cartoon Network's got a lot of good shit too.
I know. None of the stuff now, but back in the day.
Yeah.
So, my first one that I'm going to roll with.
Who's your first round?
Cartoons, Ed, and Eddie.
All right.
My two best friends from college, Mark and Eric, we are talking about getting Ed, and Eddie tattoos. I talked to Eric about it the other day. I got to ask Mark if he wants to do it. I am Eddie. Eric is Double D, and Mark is Ed Boy. Ed Boy!
That'd be dope.
Dude, it's awesome.
That would be dope.
It's the sign of our friendship right there. Is that, that we are the trio.
I'm feeling it.
So yeah, that's my number one overall pick.
All right. Number 2. All right, kids cartoons. I gotta go classic. I used to have a T-shirt of this cartoon. I wish I could still fit into it because it was awesome. And it's got a cat in it. It's Saturday morning stuff. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going Tom and Jerry as classic as it gets.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Yep. Doesn't get better than Tom and Jerry.
Damn, you stole that one from me. Well, that changed my number 2 pick.
Is that where you were going to?
No, but now that you went there, I have to go there. So I'm going to go with Looney Tunes, with Bugs Bunny and Porky Pig and
just general Looney Tunes.
Yeah, general Looney Tunes, man. Looney Tunes cartoons. They're awesome.
They were the shit.
Kill the wabbit, kill the wabbit, kill the wabbit.
I always wanted Wile E. Coyote to get the Roadrunner so bad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I can't do that very well. I don't air.
Roadrunner kind of got on my nerves.
Meep.
All right. I'm going back to Nickelodeon here.
Okay.
It's probably my favorite of the Nickelodeon ones.
Yeah.
Well, Ren and Stimpy was Nickelodeon, but the theme song is contagious. It'll stick in your head for days, and it's phenomenal. Give me Rocko's Modern Life.
Yep.
3rd round.
That works. And then we're fast drafting here because we're going to go into overtime, so whatever.
3rd week in a row.
Sorry, Justin.
Sorry.
We love these overtime games, don't we?
He expects it at this point. Probably.
I think he does. He's ready to hang out till 12:30, right? That face though. Pokemon.
Okay.
Because it's all the craze, and I always because I played soccer.
Yep.
I played soccer on Saturdays, but if I didn't have an afternoon game, I always missed Pokemon, and I was always sad.
Yeah, no, it's a bummer if you miss Pokemon. I still need you to bring Pokemon Stadium to the house.
Well, here soon because I'm moving.
Yeah.
I'm
break
taking,
out all the goodies.
I'm taking my 64, so yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll have all the goodies.
All right. Okay. Let's see. We probably only got time for 5 rounds, so we'll do 2 more. Let's see. No, we'll go 6, making a nice round number. So
I was going to say 8.
No, we'll do 6.
Okay.
It'll look cool in the graphic.
Okay.
I got a soft spot in my heart for this one. Give me Rugrats.
Tommy Pickles.
I always like that
show. Did you see the voice of the dad died?
Really?
Yeah.
That's a bummer.
That's a bummer. Justin, what the fuck are you watching? I don't think he even knows. Number 4. Dragon Ball Z.
Okay.
Because I was a DBZ kid growing up. And you always rushed home from school during the weekdays to catch the latest episode of Dragon Ball Z. Always. Because it was always on right as soon as you got home. And you watched Toonami. Because Toonami was the shit. Do you remember Toonami, or are you too old, Justin?
I had Disney Afternoon.
Oh, yeah, because at that point you had very small children, didn't you?
No. My kids are 6
and 9.
and 9.
Yeah, you're right. Never mind.
I mean, I'm old, but I mean, Disney Afternoon. What I'm thinking is like a block of Disney cartoons, like Tailspin and DuckTales and all that.
Yeah. Oh,
so
yeah, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Do you want to throw a wild card in?
No, man, because last week you criticized.
No. It's not going to be for my pick.
Oh, okay.
But just you as a hey.
All right, so
Justin.
Darkwing Duck.
Awesome.
Okay.
My friend Sam would love that. She actually has a Darkwing Duck tattooed
Oh,
on
nice.
her shoulder.
Let's get dangerous.
Yeah, man.
Yep. That means two things.
This is a family show, damn it.
It is. I'm sorry. I think I would have known that by now.
Right.
As
much as we've done on this show.
Yeah.
All right. What's your fifth pick?
Give me, let's see. Fifth pick.
Still surprised you haven't gone with one.
Is that one Thundercats? Because that's going to be my fifth
Ho!
round pick. Is that it?
No.
Okay.
I hate Thundercats, actually.
That was my fifth rounder.
I fucking hate Thundercats.
All right. Well, suck it.
Okay.
I didn't have anything better, and DX popped into my mind.
X gonna give it to you.
Hey, now.
My fifth?
Yep, fifth rounder. What do you got?
Didi, get out of my laboratory!
Who's that?
Dexter's Lab, bro. Fuck you. How do you not know that?
Again, I was a Nickelodeon guy, dude.
Weirdo.
Yep.
All you damn Nickelodeon fans. I hated Nickelodeon. Honestly, growing up, I hated Nickelodeon.
All right, you elitist.
Yes. Cartoon Network's the shit. Although now they play the stupidest shit. Stupidest shit. Like, you remember when Adventure Time was a thing for like two years now?
Oh, dude, that show was awesome.
No, dude, that show sucks.
I liked it.
It's so stupid.
I liked it.
So, take the dog, Finn the human.
I don't know why it made me laugh. Probably because I was always shit-faced.
Because you're a childish piece of shit.
I am. It doesn't take much to amuse me, dude.
Oh, God. That Crystal Pepsi's coming back up.
Uh-oh. All right, well, good thing. Good thing.
Making pancakes. Making pancakes. Baking pancakes. Now, is this the one where it switches over to... Yeah. Yeah. If you're watching on YouTube, you're getting a show from Justin because he is jamming the fuck out. New you can't do. This makes me so happy. Yet I'm the guy who hates that show.
Yeah, you hate Adventure Time. That's insane.
I know, but that thing is the fact that it fits so well. That is an amazing video.
How do you hate that show?
I don't know. I think I think it just came with the fact that nothing on Cartoon Network that used to be on is on. So.
Yeah. All right. Sixth and final pick for tonight, since we're running late. Give me Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Ah, good one.
Yep.
Good one. Where do I go from here? I know where I'm going from here. I'm going more Cartoon Network.
Obvi.
Oh, Courage.
What does that mean?
Stupid dog. Courage the Cowardly Dog, man.
Okay.
Booga, booga, booga. Do you have that on YouTube video, Justin? Do you not remember Courage the Cowardly Dog?
Well, I remember, but I think it was. I think I was a little too old by the time it hit the air.
Yeah, Justin wasn't rushing home to catch Cartoon Network when Courage
He
was
said
the
that
thing.
with an amount of saltiness and direct pointedness, looking at me going, fuck you.
Yeah, I was too old. What are you going to do? It's like Maya the Bee. I was too old for Maya the Bee, too.
Yeah, I feel you.
All right. So here's what we
That's
got.
us.
Draft recap. Hashtag Team Corey. Hashtag Team James. Who you got? I've got Ren and Stimpy, Tom and Jerry, Rocco's Modern Life, Rugrats, Thundercats, and Rocky and Bullwinkle. Hashtag Team James, Ed, Ed, and Eddie, Looney Tunes, Pokemon, DBZ, Dexter's Laboratory, and Courage the Cowardly Dog.
I feel like mine is a really solid lineup, and it covers a lot of bases.
I like mine.
I mean, you got the Tom and Jerry pick, though. I'm jealous you got that, because I spent hours
That was
of
my show,
life
dude. That was my show.
watching Tom and Jerry.
Yep,
So-
that was fun. You can always hit us up for draft suggestions, by the way, because we can't come up with these every single week. So
I mean, we can, but
yeah, we can. Shout out to Will for this idea. So any more suggestions, you can hit us up. Twitter at RealPistPIST Sports, or hit up the radio page at No Radio Radio. Instagram, we're at RealPistPIST Sports, same as the Twitter, or Facebook.com/PissedTillMidnight. let us know draft suggestions for next week. We got a couple in the back pocket, but we're always open to suggestions because it helps us stash more away in the vault. So, appreciate it. Last call. We got to get Justin out of here. What do you got?
Fuck Hope Solo.
Okay, why?
Not in the good way. So she has been suspended from the U.S. women's national team for 6 months, and her contract was nulled by U.S. Soccer. Her comments after the Sweden game, calling the Swedish women cowards for their hack-a-shack approach to their Olympic quarterfinal match, as well as saying that the better team did not win. Now, granted, the United States women had 26 shots during the game. They ended up tying in regulation 1-1, went to overtime, went to penalty kicks, and lost in penalty kicks. After the game, she was interviewed, said those comments, and since has faced a ton of backlash from U.S. Soccer fans, and her teammates, rightfully so. I have seen many threads saying that she shouldn't have been punished, she shouldn't have been suspended. I say nay. I say bullshit. I say fuck you and your opinion. She should have been suspended for at least a year, if not longer, and she should never come back for the U.S. women's national team ever. She should be let go. She should be done. She should be done with the program. She does not embody what the U.S. women's national team has built for the past 30 years. She completely and utterly destroyed the upstanding and polished reputation that the U.S. women have so rightfully earned over the past 30 years in their World Cup and Olympic gold victories, and she should never again be a face for the U.S. women's national team. We joke about her a lot, her and all her bullshit. However,
her and those nudes,
it's all true. She's gotten into physical altercations with her cousin and her aunt. She is still going through legal battles when it comes to that domestic violence issue. She has had many domestic violence issues with her husband. She stole a U.S. women's national team van drunk. She has the leaked nudes. She has a history of suspensions and failure to close her fucking mouth when she needs to fucking close it. She needs to be done for the rest of her life. Get her the hell out of here. Let her go, U.S. Soccer. Find a new face in the back for your goalkeeper and keep on trucking, getting back that reputation. I'm tired of this bitch. I'm absolutely done with her, and the jokes will now commence for the rest of Piss Till Midnight. I hope she fucking hears this.
One day we have to touch on people we hate collectively, like, because we each have our people, like, we rip apart on like a weekly basis.
Yep.
You got Hope Solo.
She's on my list now, man.
I got Joey Bosa.
She's on my list.
So yeah, we hate people, and you're on my guys list, Hope. You and your roast beef.
Yep.
Get your act together. Mine's slightly lighter.
Good.
So I probably should have gone first.
No. I think you did a good job not going second.
But not going second. Yeah. Real quick, I stepped out earlier when I got home to have a cigarette out in my front yard, and I live close enough to Kickingham High School, which is where I went. Class of 06, what up? I skipped my 10-year reunion. It was a month ago, because if I haven't seen you in 10 years, I don't care. But and I'm not about to pay $60 when it's not an open bar to see you. I'm sorry. If there was free booze, I'd have shown.
But listen to the show.
Yeah, check us out. I've gained a ton of weight since you last saw me, so I'm not really that excited to show up and hear about how awesome everyone else is doing. But you don't have a radio show on YouTube, though, so suck it. But please donate to Patreon, $1 a month.
Gives you everything.
Thanks. But
we're a roller coaster of emotions in that one.
Yep. Riding the bipolar express.
Anyway, Kickingham High School.
Yeah, heard their band playing, man, which 10 years after graduating, 11 years after I stopped playing for the football team over there. The band still sucks, but it brought me back to being, and it was loud, dude. You could still hear it. You could hear it clear as day, and it just brought me back to being on the practice field, being out there with the band and everything, man. I had a moment where I was just standing there. It was before Red came home. My kids at the ex's dad staying the night over there. So it was just kind of like quiet in the neighborhood. Nobody was home. Just that moment of, fuck, dude. Like, I miss this shit. And I have one every now and then. Some with coaching when I'm driving past the park.
Yep.
And all the kids are out, and that's where I used to coach. And I see the team I used to coach.
Yeah.
I go in the closet and mixed in with all the Eagles and the Flyers jerseys. There's the jersey that the kids got made for me the year we won the championship. There's moments like that every now and then, man. And I don't get emotional a lot, but I do get weird about that type of stuff in my life. And it just took me back, man. It was some of the best years of my life, some of the fondest memories I'll ever have. And even though the band's still garbage, it took me back, man. I felt like I was back out there rocking the Fishnet 72 in green. So
I feel you.
I always say that I'm going to make it out to Darling Stadium for a game. We were in the playoffs 2 years ago against Western Branch. Made it out to that one, and looking forward to making it out to more games this year. I always swear I'm going to, but
let's do it. Make a day.
I'm in, dude.
Let's make it
I'm
football
in.
night.
I always swore I was going to
We'll go watch
out there.
Wilson, and we'll go watch Kikatan.
I'm in, dude. Well, when they made the playoffs, I was like, dude, I gotta show up and support. And it was cool because there was a lot of dudes I played with that I hadn't seen in years that were there too. And
that's always the fun part is catching up with your old teammates.
It was cool as shit, man. We were all sitting together. It was a good time. So, shout out to Kikatan. Still sorry, band. I miss my version, but shout out to you guys and cheers. Hopefully you have a good year.
You can tune into Pistol Midnight too.
Yeah, exactly. Spread the word. I still got contacts with teachers. I should try that. What's up, Ms. Duckworth? Anyway, that's all. We went way over again. Sorry, Justin. We're gonna not do this next week. That's
liar.
The goal is that whoever loses EPL week 3 to not puke after the 25 donuts, the 2 dozen in 15 minutes, and to get the hell off the air at midnight or by midnight because we haven't done that in a while.
We're pissed past midnight now.
Yeah,
Yay.
pissed till tomorrow. So you can catch us next Thursday for another episode of the latest episode of Shenanigans of Pissed Till Tomorrow. Patreon.com/Radio Free Radio is where you can give us $1 to keep talking crap about people and then ask them for money. So that also gets you access to all the other shows who ask you for money properly.
Hi-yo.
So and access to all of our shows as well. It's everything here at the station. All kidding aside, you don't get more for $1 anywhere.
No.
So hit us up, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. We're out there. Come find us. Appreciate you checking us out on YouTube, on the live stream, simulcast on the Radio Free Radio channel, on the app for Android or Apple, however you access us. Thank you so much for doing so. Looking forward to seeing you back next week. In the meantime, we will see you next week. Be safe on our station, RadioFradio.com. Cheers.
Boom.
Mostly Johnson ready to fight. Soul is not for sale. Can you hear?